two, 1 2. Any part audio you see me? Check 1 2.
So, good morning from the Foursquare Oval. Just wanted to alert our viewers that we will have a delayed start in today's match. West Indies versus England. Play scheduled to start at 10:15, and already we have had the toss of the coin. West Indies winning the toss, and they are going to field. So West Indies field England bat first when the game gets going in about 17 minutes time at 10:15. So we welcome you to the Foursquare Oval in St. Philip, Barbados, where the match in the Cricket West Indies Masters Association's Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup over 60s competition has already begun after a delayed start because of some early morning seepage. And we do apologize for our late entry, which of course was due to some technical difficulties beyond our control. What in fact has transpired is that we've had just two balls set down of the match so far, where the England team asked to bat by West Indies, who won the toss, and they have started with their captain Richard Merriman and Martin Watkin as their opening pair. Richard Sushan starting the bowling for West Indies, and at the moment they score no run for no wicket in the there's some two deliveries set down so far. So right now it is Sushan bowling to Merriman, striking him on the pad, looking to work a delivery into the onside. The appeal not a very convincing one, more hopeful than anything else. And the umpire Eugene Adams standing at the southern end. Doesn't even flinch from his position behind the wicket. Sushan again over the wicket, and Merriman forward pushes it back on the offside. There is no run. So like we mentioned, this game, a crucial one for both of the teams involved here. As far as the competition is concerned, this one is virtually a semi-final within itself, with the equation being that the winner will most likely take a place in the grand final coming up on Friday, while the loser may find themselves playing for the bronze medal, playing for the third and fourth place playoff, which comes off tomorrow. So, like I said, a very key game, very important game to both sides and to the competition. As Sushan finishes a maiden over to get the proceedings going, and no run, no wicket, as I've introduced for the first time my analyst and partner, Hartley Reid. Good morning, Hartley.
Good morning, Wayne, and good morning, and greetings to all viewers and listeners. Yes, we have had that delayed start. Due to the inclement weather, we have been having rain all virtually early in the morning, but then it has been breaking quite fair, and today is no different. We had that early rain, but now the cricket is on the way, and we had a good over from Sushan. So that's very good, a very good start for the West Indies side.
Yes, blazing sunshine now, the sun coming out in all its glory, and another typical Caribbean day, and the Foursquare Oval looking in fine shape, Hartley.
Yes, it is. It's a beautiful. Indeed, for those who don't know, this is a relatively new cricket area, but a lot of work has been put into it. Pickwick, this is the home to Pickwick ground, ESA Field Pickwick, and now it does look like an oval.
Well, there's some history to it, as Anthony Boyk will be the starting bowler and gets a wicket with his very first delivery. A delivery pitching down around the off stump, and the batsman Martin Watkin coming onto the front foot. The ball lifted quite well, probably left him a little, took an outside edge and lobbed a simple catch at slip for George Harris. So just the one ball for Martin Watkin. West Indies get a wicket before the England get off the mark.
A dream start for the West Indies squad. And as you quite rightly described, it was just on about the off stump, going just slightly outside and not going away. He just came on the front foot, not very convincingly. The ball popped, literally, and this is what we have been getting with this pink ball. It is popping, and this one popped, and George Harris took a shoulder height, going to his right. Not very difficult at all.
Appearances of some early moisture in the track, of course, starting this early. Game actually scheduled to start at 9:30, and normal, and that has been the general trend with the wickets in the tournament. There's been a bit of moisture, a bit of assistance for the bowlers early in the piece. That assistance dissipates quite quickly, though, and in this case, Anthony Boyd making full use of it with capitalizing with a wicket with his very first delivery. So,
When I was saying that the organizers must be complimented for the choices that they have made in the grounds that they are playing, because here at Foursquare and then also at Woodburn, the good breeze is coming across. So although there's that early moisture in the morning, because of the sun and the breezes, the pitches are come drying out very quickly.
Well, we are in the parish of St. Philip. We out in the country part, what it says, deep in rural country of Barbados, and quite agricultural kind of setting as we look out to the south from us. Lots. Don't know where you get this Neil Rowe from. Neil Brathwaite, who is in fact some connections with this parish in St. Philip. Neil Brathwaite, having Barbadian roots, more or less. Outside the off stump, looking for a drive and through to the keeper. So Neil Rowe is a familiar Barbadian name, and also a member of Parliament in Barbados. And somehow or another I got the name on my lips, but Neil Brathwaite is coming onto the front foot and stroking this one back along the offside of the pitch. There is a no run.
When this chap Brathwaite looks rather compact and organized, and as you with the name of Brathwaite, he has to have St. Philip.
Not only Barbadian but St. Philip connection. So very much at home here at the Foursquare Oval. Neil Brathwaite has had himself a couple of good knocks in the tournament so far too, as he settles and waits on Anthony Boyk. And Boyk is wide of the off stump. Brathwaite is just lifting his bat out of the way, watching it through to the wicket keeper. Today the wicket keeper for West Indies is their captain, in fact, Roy Singh, putting on the gloves. Today usually it is Keith Lawrence who does the duties, but as I look at the squad here, I don't see.
He's being rested.
So he's being rested. So after 2 overs, no run for one wicket. Anthony Boyd getting the wicket of Martin Watkin for no score. And Merriman, it will be, facing up now to Richard Sushan again. And this time they're getting their first run off the outside edge, wide of Harris at first slip. And the batsmen complete a couple of runs as Prem Singh from his position at backward point chases it down towards the finish. And he's going to take the position of a second slip, as this delivery is one coming back into the right-handed Merriman. So here comes Sushan into bowl to Merriman, and this time delivery back of a length, and Merriman quite content on the back foot. Just puts it looking rather comfortable when the ball is pitched back of a length, Merriman. So West Indies with a good start so far. Sushan is outside the all stump, left alone by Merriman, getting that left leg well outside the all stump, picking up the line of the delivery and allowing it through. So two slips and a short third man, point cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a man backward up square as Merriman is onto the front foot, getting that bat and that pad very close together and just smothering the delivery into the offside. And again, there is no run. So this has been a good start for the West Indies bowlers. As another delivery outside the all stump. Good disciplined stuff from both batsman and bowler. And another tight over from Richard Sushan. And after 3 overs, England 2 for 1. That's 2 runs for 1 wicket.
Yes, man. Excellent start. Excellent start by the West Indies. But you made mention that the captain is doing the duties of keeping the wicketkeeper. This West Indies team has the privilege of having 2 other accomplished wicketkeepers who are, by virtue of their youthful 60s, are patrolling, and one is a bowling Rodney Husbands and Jefferson Gibbons, who fielded so excellently in the last match. They are accomplished wicketkeepers in themselves, but they are using them as fielders.
Well, Husbands, in the case of Husbands, he's also part of the bowling unit.
Exactly. He bowled 4 for 7 runs with 1 wicket in the last match.
Has bowled first change the last couple of matches. Let's see where he will be used today as Boyk, the right arm medium pacer from the northern end, is struck away out towards a vacant area at mid wicket. Ball in the air, slightly deceived, I believe, was Brathwaite coming onto the front foot and playing a bit early. Ball probably sticking in the pitch a bit and traveling high in the air, but there's no one at home at that deep mid wicket area.
You have described the shot exactly. He went too early into the shot and found the ball coming in not quick enough, so he went through with the shot and it swung over to the leg side.
Well, yes, so getting a couple of runs gets Brathwaite off the mark. Neil Brathwaite on 2. And Boyk is in again. Outside the all stump, and appeal for a catch at the wicket. Well taken by keeper Singh. Going up with the appeal as that one definitely beating the outside edge of Neil Brathwaite.
It is clear that Singh understands the duties of a wicketkeeper because that was well taken standing up.
Standing up to the new pink ball. So a bit of movement here for Boyk. He'll be encouraged by that as he comes in again and bowls this time back of a leg, off the back foot, steered away down towards third man, chase for Wilbur Bruce. He's going to pull it Well, he's got a slip in place. His wicketkeeper is standing up, looking for anything that may come off the outside edge. And he is a full delivery, driven again, not taking advantage. Is Merriman gets a full delivery, but strokes it crisply but very straight to Emerson Jordan at mid-off. And a couple of let-offs for the bowler in that over hard so far this morning. Full toss on the pads. And the total goes into double figures. 11 for 1. 1-1-1, a number the English don't like a lot, as this delivery is outside the off stump, left alone by Brathwaite. And there is no run.
Man, looking at Brathwaite and his stance and how he's approaching, he looks so much like Tyrone Baba Knight from this distance. So, and there we go to our left, looking on to watch Brathwaite bat is none other than Tyrone Baba Knight himself. Excellent swing bowler. Excellent. He and Van Daniel as West Indies under 19 who created havoc when the West Indies toured England. Van Daniel with
Raw pace.
Baba Knight swinging that ball.
Here he is, Sushan, and beating Brathwaite with another fine delivery. Brathwaite choosing to go on to the back foot to a delivery pitch down just outside the all stump. He got some extra lift on that one, and another good take by keeper Singh. So Brathwaite might have been guilty of playing slightly away from his body on to that delivery. Is getting a pitch to delivery, driving, calls for the single immediately. Basically forcing the hand of Richard Merriman, because that ball was driven straight to the fielder at mid-off, Rodney Husbands. It was traveling very quickly, but Brathwaite threw down the challenge, started for the single, called his partner through, and after a late reaction, Merriman coming through. Despite all of that, Husbands didn't pick it up cleanly, so eventually the single was easily taken. 12 for 1 after 7, England batting.
It appears as if Husbands was startled by the decision by Brathwaite to go for the single, so he took his eyes off the ball as it was coming to him when he was going to field it. So that's what caused him to bubble it. But it was a very good call. Well judged run by both batters.
Well call it. He actually Brathwaite going with the shot. Exactly. Playing the shot and moving with it at the same time. And it would have been a tragedy because I think he committed himself to that single, and had Merriman not responded, they could have easily have found both themselves in the same crease at the non-striker said. Here is Boyd into bowls to Brathwaite, who has the strike, gets the delivery outside the off stump and looks to chop it down behind point, but this one keeps a bit lower. So you're seeing some...
It was a bit wide also. I was looking at
inconsistent.
if the umpire was going to signal wide for that one.
I think he played over the top of it, but I think he was beaten more for the lack of bounce than anything else. So a bit of inconsistency in the bounce there on, as we see Boyk again into Brathwaite off the pad, clips this one stylishly out to mid-wicket. They're going to just get a single as Dayton Jackman playing his very first match of the tournament, making his international debut today at age 64.
But he has had himself a stellar career in the intermediate and also the first division in Barbados cricket, local BCA cricket.
Well, yes, well-known name on the local circuit over the years. And he stands at mid-wicket as Merriman is looking to whip this one away into the onside. Struck on the pad and no real conviction in the appeal. The ball obviously sliding down leg. And there again is no run. So slow going here by the English. And Boyd continuing this rather tight spell from the northern end. Anthony Boyd, Trinidadian by origin. I think he may very well and would have been part of the regional youth setup some years ago, many, many years ago. And hits Merriman on the pad once again with the delivery going down leg. So Merriman not being able to get bat on ball a lot. He struggled somewhat to get bat on ball.
What I can say without any fear of contradiction is that after that last match where the West Indies narrowly lost, it had a very strong team meeting because the bowling is much better, and the captain's decisions as how he's going to bowl his balls, the length of a number of overs he's given them, because this is the 12th over, the 8th over. So we have to wait and see if he's going to mean.
So Boyk 4 overs, 2 maidens, 6 runs and a wicket. Sushan 4 overs, 1 maiden, 7 runs and no wicket. I don't think the captain could have asked for a lot more than that. So, and after 8 overs, it's 13 for 1. Brathwaite is on 10 and Merriman on 2. Merriman. So Sushan, as you said, Hartley, to continue. A couple of the visiting supporters strolling around the wide expanse of the Foursquare Oval, no doubt enjoying the nice warm sunshine. And Sushan is outside the off stump, beating his Brathwaite and whipping off the bills. Keeper Singh, but the back leg firmly grounded of Brathwaite.
Wayne, you had promised to give the viewers and the listeners a history of this ground. So when you get
the origins of this ground, this would have happened with the coming of the 2007 World Cup to the Caribbean, and the Kensington Oval itself. Strike on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket again. I think the batsman struck quite high though, and probably just outside our stump again. So yes, so with the coming of the World Cup in 2007, the work that had to be done at Kensington Oval, where the stadium was basically built over, and the Kensington Oval being then the home of the Pickwick Club, they were forced to vacate the premises, and Sushan on the pass, tickle down to fine leg, and a second run once again down to fine leg. Boyk having a run around. So the Pickwick Club, like the ball weaver, looking for a home around the 2007 area.
I must interject here because that coincided. The World Cup also coincided with Pickwick's lease. The lease that they had for Kensington had come to an end.
Well, even that is...
You had to look for a home.
Well, as Sushan is in, and so we saw Pickwick actually share the 3Ws Oval at one point with the UWI. I think they did have a little stint at the Highgate, at Barclays, Wildy, and then we had this generous donation coming from their main sponsor, the ESA Field, White Rumble, which is the sponsor name associated with the Pickwick side, and the owners of the Foursquare factory here, Foursquare Distillery, who are also the owners of the Hopefield Estate, none other than His Excellent the Sir David Seal, very, very well known on the circuit both as a businessman and as a
horseman and former president and horse owner
of the Barbados Turf Club. So nonetheless, the donation came of this facility from Mr. Seal and his group, and ever since then, Pickwick was able to make it their permanent home. Now moving to the St. Philip, the area bordering close to Christchurch, but very much in the south of St. Philip.
And this Pickwick ground has produced some Barbados and West Indies cricketers also.
Well, Pickwick, one of the older clubs on the island. As a matter of fact, the only club older than Pickwick in Barbados is Wanderers. So Pickwick has been around from the advent of West Indies as a cricketing entity. So they would have provided many a player to the West Indies, both in the 20th, well, starting from the 20th century, throughout the 20th century. Boycott is to continue from the pavilion end, and this delivery is outside the off stump, looking to slash it away. Is Merriman once again doesn't make contact. He remains on 3, Richard Merriman. He's faced some 27 deliveries. So I think you'll get the impression when I told you that he's been struggling to get bat on ball.
He has paid light to what I'm saying, just reading the pitch. Well,
I think he's done quite a lot of reading, as this one is driven but not timed very well, and fielded by Givens there at point, and there's no run. Brathwaite, who is on 12, has also faced some 27 deliveries. We haven't had a boundary in the inning so far. This outfield here at Pickwick Foursquare Oval, though, one of about the biggest of the 3 grounds on which the competition has been played. Wanderers at Darras Road and BNOC at Woodburn. But this one is quite a big outfield, and boundaries are going to be a bit harder to come by.
And by virtue of being a relatively new ground, it is not as set, firm, so the ball doesn't travel as quickly over it. And it's very well grasped. So a number of reasons why the ball is not traveling as quickly as it should.
Then we've also had, as we mentioned earlier, the reason for the delay. We had some rain around, so maybe still some moisture on the ground. Although the ground does slope away quite nicely from east to west. You get more purchase for any shots played to our right here as we look on from the northern end in the pavilion. Short delivery off the back foot, comes off the outside edge, runs down to short third man, and Merriman gets off strike, called through by Brathwaite for that single. Wilbur Bruce at the edge of the circle, prepared to allow that ball to come on to him, not looking to attack the ball and without any thoughts of effecting a run out. So one more to Merriman. He's up to 4. The total creeps up to 16 for one. Final delivery of the 10th over is C.N. Brathwaite playing tentatively off the back foot, comes down the track now and has a look at the pitch and does a bit of prodding away as that ball apparently again stopping in the track somewhat. But nonetheless, at the end of the 10th over, England having some difficulty, but just losing the 1 wicket, 16 for 1.
I do not think you can ask for much more, if any more, from the West Indies team. 10 overs, 16 runs, 1 wicket. Those first 10 overs go, the game has gone to the West Indies.
Well, I think the captain is asking more of a social end, though, because he's asking him to bowl some more after having sent down some 5 overs for 9 runs, and he is going to continue to bowl, still with the 2 slips in place, and generally has maintained the same field from the outset, starts and stops, not satisfied that with his approach, and turns heads back to the top of his mark. I think he's having may have been picking up some loose material onto the studs of one of his boots, getting some assistance from Rodney Husbands there at mid-off. He'll soon be joined by Kevin Grant, the visiting playing commentator. who has, whenever he's not playing, quite keen to assist with the commentary. And because of the excellent showing in earlier matches, there has been a demand by the viewers for Kevin Grant. And we oblige you by having him join the commentary. As a matter of fact, we'll take this opportunity with the repairs being done to the equipment of Richard Sushan to introduce Kevin for the first time this morning. So let me once again say good morning to Kevin. Welcome to the Foursquare Oval.
Thank you very much, Wayne. Yep, and hello to everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Tough start here for England. It rained overnight, so a delayed start. Pitch is doing a little bit. Both bowlers bowled very accurately so far, and we've struggled to get the ball away. Pitched up ball, just going down the leg side there. Warm day, as is always the case in Barbados, but the clouds are fairly high now. I think we'll be okay for quite a while, hopefully for the rest of the day. Comes in again to Merriman. Merriman goes forward, leaves the ball outside the off stump. It's good accurate stuff from the two West Indian openers.
Yes, it is. It has been, and you were saying it's a warm day, but for a native of Barbados, days like these we enjoy because there's no sun. The sun is being obscured by the clouds, so we would take this anytime.
Yeah, we'd certainly take this in England in February. Shorter ball, forced off the back foot, straight to extra cover. We've done a bit of that today, hitting shots to fielders. Richard Merriman at the moment, I think he's on 4 off of 35 balls. Just struggling to find the gaps at the moment. He comes in again to Merriman. There's a full toss, and Merriman's caught that once, pumped it over deep square leg, and that is 4 runs.
And that's the first boundary for the innings.
First boundary of the innings, yeah. The first really loose ball, to be honest. We played here a week or so ago, and I think we only had 7 boundaries in the entire game. So it is a ground that is difficult to hit boundaries on. Outfield looks a lot shorter than it was a week ago, though. But we did have quite a bit of rain overnight, so I think possibly the outfield might quicken up in the second innings.
But most probably within an hour's time, and if these conditions prevail, you're going to see that the pitch is going to be flatter, and the outfield is going to improve.
Yep. Next delivery's wide outside the off stump, and Merriman shoulders arms, end of the over. England move on to 20 for 1 from 11 overs. So did you have you seen many of the other games?
But yes, I would have seen. I was at Wonders for the West Indies. All the West Indies games I've seen.
Oh, now.
And I was also at Woodburn the last game on Monday. So I'm here. So
Okay.
I'm seeing all the other teams against the West Indies.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a tough question then, sir. Going to put you on the spot. Now, there was a bit of controversy in the last game, West Indies Australia. With what was your? Did you see that?
Oh yes. Well, I must tell you first of all,
Okay.
I'm a fully qualified umpire.
Okay, no worries. Yeah.
I was also at one stage. So you talking about when Jordan ran out?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. He should have stayed in his crease.
Yep. Yeah, a well run too there by England. Foolish ball. Sort of cover drive from Neil Brathwaite. Good half stop by the fielder, but they've managed to get back for 2.
Well, you were being rather generous to the fielder. He just couldn't get up off the ground, so he was there trying to crawl on his all fours to get to the ball. And by then, the batters decided, listen, we're going to run on him. So that 2 runs. Good awareness by the 2 batters.
Yep.
Yes, that issue with the what you all call the man cadding.
Yep.
It is very clear. Stay in your crease, please, as a non-striker. And wait until the ball delivered, because that has been in the news way too often to the latter part of last year for any batter to be out of his crease at the moment. So we in the Caribbean would not be bothered very much about that at all.
Next ball's shorter ball, just nudged down to third man, single to Merriman. Yeah, it's a difficult one because I do think in other countries it's looked at differently. I would agree if the batsman's taking the mickey and he's further down the crease, further down the wicket than he should be. But I'm still not so sure that in seniors cricket it should be done. Next ball's a fuller ball, pushed into the covers, no run.
The problem we have with that is that if one starts differentiating in the different levels of cricket and tampering with the laws of the game, they're going to have a problem.
Yeah, but it also was an unwritten law that you would warn the batsman. Did that happen? No, I know. No, but that's always what's happened. That's always what's happened. Hit into the offside to extra cover and a single to Merriman.
My problem with the unwritten law and warning the batsman with only one dismissal out of so many. When the bowler is about to bowl and he doesn't warn the batsman that I want to get you out, the keeper doesn't give him a chance when he nicks the ball. It's a dismissal. You're out. Stay in your crease.
Short ball outside the off. Well, we'll agree to disagree, sir.
No problem. You see, the thing is that there are certain elements of cricket that the people, and let's say the England, Australia, most probably you all look at cricket differently. We say stay in your crease. This is no longer gentleman cricket. This is serious cricket competition. Do not leave it to your opponent to be generous to you.
Okay, so is this the first change? Yeah, I think so.
Yes, it is.
Is this Mutara possibly? Not sure. Number 3. No, it's Mr. Amin.
Zamin Amin.
Ah, yes, left arm spin bowler. Played for the over 50s last year, I believe. Yep, had a very successful tournament, which West Indies won.
Successful again in this one.
Yep.
He bowls very economical.
Yep. Certainly, I was lucky enough to go to the World Cup in Australia end of last year, and this is certainly a much stronger West Indies side than the side that played in Australia. Much better in the field, much more athletic looking.
But seeing that this is actually new to the Caribbean, so when West Indies decided to participate, they were selecting persons that I don't know how they went about selecting, but now it is well known. This is one of the organizers of local cricket over 50s, Anthony Morris. But because now that we've recognized that it's a serious competition, you can rest assured that the West Indies will be, as much as possible, finding players who would have done well at international level to play.
Fantastic. Short ball from Amin there, but unfortunately Merriman hit the ball straight back to the bowler. Missed out on an opportunity there, because this bowler, once he gets into his rhythm, he's normally very accurate. Bowls again, that's short again, and this time it is forced through the covers. There's one, there should be 2. Neil Brathwaite very quick between the wickets. 2 runs to Brathwaite, 2 runs to Merriman.
This is the problem you're going to have when bowlers of this age, their bodies will have to loosen first. So you can have to expect that first, even second over, his length will not be his preferred position.
That's a much better ball, yeah. I think the thing is, when you're at our age, the bits that should be tight are loose, and the bits that loose are tight. That's short again, cut away, and that could be a boundary. Yeah, crosses the boundary. short from Amin, and Merriman this time took full advantage of that short ball. 4 more. England move on to 30, and hopefully just ticking over now. We need to set a good competitive total. We want to see a really good competitive game between these two great cricketing nations.
But yes, there's no doubt that the English side must recognize that with 14 overs, 15 overs being bowled, and you're in that, you must step up. So, and you take advantage of the gifts that have been given to you, and that was, and this is now the third ball in this over that he should have been put away.
Yep. So Amin comes in again, bowls to Merriman. That's a better ball, but just again tries to cut it away, and that plays and misses. Got a deep extra cover now, protecting the offside boundary, protecting the long hop. Comes in, bowls again. That's a better ball, a bit short again, but pushed back to the bowler. The bowler fields the ball, and the end of the over. 30 for 1 off of 13. What would be a normal score on these sort of grounds in a club game, you reckon?
Club game?
Yep.
It depends on which club you're playing.
Right.
But normally, if you're playing, let's say this ODIs, you will go over 200 runs. You will go 200. If you can restrict the team to 250, you have done well, because once you're playing our highest level, you would go.
We had an amazing summer last year in the UK. It was so dry. The outfield by July was just lightning. If you beat the fielder, it was 4. Scores were 300, 350, 375 even.
And I take it that the spectators were coming up to watch the game?
Well, the spectators were in danger of being hit all the time. It was, there was just in some grounds. I live in the southeast of England, and there's some grounds just no grass whatsoever. New bowler is Emerson Jordan. Another pace bowler.
He has been the pick of the board for the West Indies.
Yep.
And he's the one that was involved in the man caddying.
Yes. So evidently diplomatic relations have been restored between West Indies and Australia.
But there's no doubt.
Tickled down the leg, nice shot by Brathwaite, down to fine leg, straight to him, it's just going to be one though, and a good throw, a top throw, brilliant throw down the boundary from Richard Suchan. I think he came to the World Cup, I'm pretty sure I've played against him. 1 to Brathwaite. A lot of encouragement from the spectators here.
Yes, that one that is, you can hear, that is Tyrone Knight.
Yes. Jordan comes in, nice shot off the legs again, but straight to square leg.
Rodney Husbands fielded that one very well.
Hopefully scoring might quicken up a little bit with a little bit more pace on the ball. That'll help some of the deflection shots. Jordan comes in again. Bowls pitched up outside the off stump left by Merriman.
Jordan is very competitive.
So what clubs did he play for in his prime? Do you know?
Oh yes, he would have played for Maple.
Maple, okay.
In fact, right now.
Dot ball.
There are actually 4 persons on this field that actually played for Maple. Jordan, Gibbons, number 32. Jackman, who is now on for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
He would have played for Maple. And Rodney Husbands, who's at forward backward point, he would have played for Maple. All first division.
Comes in and bowls to Merriman. Short, good, just back of a length.
And then after they got older and they were no longer playing the first division, Jordan and Jackman went to another very successful intermediate club, Yorkshire. They actually played for Yorkshire, very successfully at it.
So Jordan comes in of about 8 or 9 paces, just short of a length again. No width. Well played by Merriman. Pushed out. Good first over. Keeping the English batsman under control, making it hard to keep the scoreboard really flowing.
Yes, but
30.
even in his youthful days, Jordan, his run was not much longer than
Okay.
that, but he was quick, very quick arm movement.
Strong shoulder, quick arm.
Strong shoulder, and with a wicked bounce.
Yes.
Wicked. He actually struck Neil Phillips at senior level. No, Courtney Walsh. Playing for Barbados, he was playing for Barbados, and he struck Courtney Walsh against his head.
Ooh. Courtney Walsh didn't have a bad bouncer either. That's such a high action, didn't he? Amin comes in, bowls left arm round, pushed into the offside. A quick single, well caught by Merriman. Good stuff. I was being very lucky. So in Australia, I met Mike Proctor, South African all-round, a great. Not a very tall man. Not a very tall man. I then, on this trip, met Roland Butcher. And, of course, I also met the great Joel Garner.
Oh.
And, I mean, Joel Garner, that is just unfair. That is just unfair. I mean, he has definitely got the inches that I was not given in my life. That's not fair.
Oh, dear. And it was an excellent bowler.
Oh, fearsome. Fearsome. Perhaps, I mean, on his day could be quick, but he wasn't necessarily blistering speed. But, of course, his steepling bounce, because the guy is just huge.
And he actually bowled back over length.
Yes.
And he didn't like anyone to drive
No.
him. So,
No. Comes in, bowls again. Merriman tries to cut, just perhaps a little bit too full for that. Well
he
taken
has
by the
been
keeper.
attempting to cut for the entire day.
Yeah.
He has not been successful yet, you know.
No.
That cut shot.
No, I think he's been in for, since the start, faced a lot of balls, so he's probably looking to play a shorter ball now. That's a better shot off the back foot. Finds deep extra cover. It's 1 run. He's faced 54 balls for 17. Just beginning to pick it up now, though. So it'll be Merriman to Brathwaite. Bowls. Brathwaite drives straight to extra cover. And the end of another over. And I think that's drinks.
Yes, it is. That's 15 overs, huh? Drink. So we will break now for the refreshment and resume momentarily.
As you're ready.
Okay, so we're back. And 33 for 1 off of 15 overs, so a slow start. But losing that early wicket was a bit of a blow. It's been some really good bowling by the West Indies first 4 bowlers. Field's a bit spread a bit now. Hopefully Neil and Richard will be able to tick the score along in the next 15 overs, and then with wickets in hand, maybe we can accelerate towards the end. We need to post 150 or so, I think, to give ourselves a fighting chance. A game that both teams need to win to get into the final against Australia in a couple of days' time.
Yes, Kev, nice to join you for the commentary. After our exploits of last Saturday evening over at the Dover Club, I think we are up here in demand.
Yeah, I mean, in England we had comedy act Morecambe and Wise. I don't know whether you had that game to Barbados, but that's me and you now, Wayne, I think. We're going to tour the world.
Very much so. But yes, much to their credit, the English have held on fortunately not to lose any more wickets. And more than fortunate, I mean, they have been rather cautious in their approach.
Another good ball by Jordan's got a tip, what I would call a typical West Indian action. Very fluid, great at the top, sort of a flick of the wrist, and definitely for those in the UK and elsewhere, a sharper 60-year-old bowler than the vast majority. A nice fluid run up. Very accurate bowler. Seems to just bowl that slightly back of a length, and really difficult to do more than just sort of angle the ball for the odd single at the moment.
Well, one of the things that you can say he has lost over the years, I would have to say, that front foot. You saw a lot more of the Brad back in the day. You saw a lot more of the spikes. That foot really like if you remember Patrick Patterson, who used to get that left leg high in the air, that final delivery stride. And Jordan was that type of bowler, and he was really at his peak, fairly quick too, very dangerous bowler he was.
Jordan comes in again, bowls to Brathwaite. Wide outside the off stump, well taken by the keeper. Brathwaite shoulders arms.
And you said 150, and I think I do agree with you, because given all the contingencies, the size of the ground, the slowness of the outfield, and even the track itself, which appears a bit tacky, I think 150 should be a decent total here.
It's in balls, as pitched up, pushed onto the onside, quick single. Brathwaite moves on to 18, Merriman on 17. Jordan comes in again, bowls a shorter ball. I think that hit Merriman somewhere on the thigh pad, out to square leg, but no run. End of another over. 35 for 1 off of 16 overs.
So England now into the middle part of the innings. It is at this stage that the innings is really built around keeping wickets intact, rotating the strike, picking off the bad deliveries. Not a lot of rush at this stage of the innings generally, but have been hemmed in somewhat by the West Indies bowlers at this period. I'm sure they'll be looking to break free, particularly when the slower bowlers come into operation.
We have a slower bowler here. It's Amin coming in left arm round. That's short, pulled away by Brathwaite. I think there's one to square leg, and just the one it is.
Well, yes, we have seen the seam bowlers. We would have seen Sushan and Boyd at the top. Then we had a much sharper Jordan replacing Boyk at the northern end.
It's a nice shot from Merriman out to deep extra cover. It's just the one. Need to run that a little harder, I think. We need to push these fielders. We need to turn some of these ones into twos, otherwise we're going to end up short of what we want. Not easy though.
Well,
very warm conditions out there for the batsmen.
I heard one of the teams encouraging their batsmen to get through for these, like you said, to turn the ones into twos and to be a bit more urgent between the wickets. But then someone asked the question: Is it a fact that the batsmen are under 60s, a younger batsmen than the fielders? You know, relatively speaking, it is quite even. So I think sometimes we may be asking a bit too much. Yeah. A few clouds coming to our left. Is that the way the weather normally comes from? Do you know? Well, that cloud away to our left here. That could be a bit tricky. There's one of two things. Here's an
Scored
appeal
behind.
for a catch. Yes.
Neil Brathwaite, unfortunately, went back to cut, got a little edge, and heads through to Roy Singh. Just as Brathwaite was looking to start to accelerate.
Well, a key strike there by Zamin Amin. Neil Brathwaite, as you said, looking to push on. He has been the more proactive of the three English batsmen we have seen so far. A blow to England's efforts to have him dismissed at this stage, as I said, at the middle stage of the innings, when you're looking to build to build on that foundation created by the numbers.
Yeah, so we got
the second wicket pair.
Yeah, so we got Monty Douglas coming into bat now. Monty will be determined to get a few runs today. Hasn't perhaps scored as many runs as certainly he would have liked on the tour so far. It's a hard-hitting batsman, aggressive batsman. So hopefully, if Monty can hang around, get his eye in, and hopefully today will be his day.
Well, we will hope that the breeze which we've been having all morning, will continue and help to push that threatening-looking cloud away to the east, to push it around more northerly. But we'll be keeping a close eye on it.
We've had some rain on and off over the last couple of days. Tends to rain hard for 5 or 10 minutes during the day, and then it stops. But hopefully we'll be okay. It's a good early ball. Monty pushes forward, goes off the outside edge of the bat, just a backward point, no run.
Well, Zamin Amin in a new role today. Previously, he would have been the new ball bowler. He would have bowled the new ball with his slow left arm orthodox. But today, Captain Singh opting to go with his seamers. I suspect, no doubt, influenced by the moisture around in the early part of the game. So we see how Amin operates now, coming on second change.
Down the leg side, well stopped by the keeper. That's a wide. I think that's the first wide of the game, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's been good bowling by the West Indies. They've bowled very tightly so far today, and deserve the 2 wickets that they've got. Amin comes in, bowls to Douglas. Douglas goes forward, pushes the ball back, no run. And the end of another over.
Well, yes, a successful 1-2 for Zamin Amin and the West Indies. And now again, new batsman at the wicket. Merriman has been there from the start, so I think he has basically has his role cut out for him. I think now at this stage he will be the anchor around which the innings will be built, as one suspects.
Yeah, Merriman's on 18 off the 59 balls, and he's going to be facing Emerson Jordan. My colleague was saying that Emerson played for Maple Cricket Club.
Yes, it was.
Are they one of the famous clubs on the island?
Well,
Ooh.
a long-standing among the top clubs, yes, among the senior clubs on the island, have been seeing some rather fallow days of late. Actually, have been demoted from the highest local level, the elite division. They are now playing in the first division, but a club with a good strong history, the club of Keith Boyce, who would have you would know as an Essex man.
Another good pacey delivery from Emerson Jordan there. Ball, well, a bit of chin music even possibly you could call that there. Yeah, Keith Boyce found Keith Boyce Pavilion the other day, and they've got a couple of pictures from the Keith Boyce Pavilion up near sort of Hope Towny way.
Yeah, well, that's more in the north, in the area of the Nicholas Abbey, in that general area,
Yes.
in the northeastern side of the island. I think that is where he would have originally been from, the late Keith Boyce.
Yeah.
A really bubbly, exuberant, all-round cricketer.
He was Keith Boyce, Essex cricketer. I'm from Essex. He was probably my first hero in that he played cricket with a smile on his face. He batted when he batted. He was a very aggressive batsman. Fast medium bowler. But what a wonderful fielder. His fielding, I think, was the thing that really made him stand out. Was one of those first guys that has really turned fielding into such an art.
Fantastic athlete, you know. He actually kept goal for the Barbados senior national football team before, well, I guess going on to be a professional cricketer out and out. So he had to give up that football side of things. But an exceptional athlete generally was Keith. Bama Boys. Bama, we called him. And Maple also, the club of the current West Indies leading fast bowler Kemar Roach. He's also a Maple man. Corey Cullimore, who also played for West Indies, would have had an outing. Well, he would have been, still is very much part and parcel of the Maple setup. Helps out wherever he can with the coaching and even with some administrative duties around the club.
It's a good over so far from Emerson. Yeah, was that another maiden? Yep. Yeah, another maiden. He looked like he actually bowled that over a bit quicker than these previous overs. So maybe his limbs are a little bit looser now. He's warmed up a little bit.
Well, it's gotten a bit cooler around here too, so that may add to his ability to endure a bit longer.
Looks like we've got some rain clouds overhead, but fortunately it does look brighter behind them. So if we do get a shower, hopefully it won't last too long. But
nothing prolonged, I think, around this time of year.
Yeah. Amin comes in, short. Monty Douglas picks that up, pumps it over mid-wicket for 4. That's the Monty Douglas that some of us know in the UK. Powerful hitter of the ball.
I like the use of that word pumped, because when you look at Monty, you can see this is a man who would have pumped a lot of weight, has that bodybuilder structure or weightlifting structure about him.
I can tell you I'm certainly not going to argue with him.
But he did give that one quite a clout, just rocking back onto the back foot and getting his arms and those big muscles in his chest involved in that hit. Ball traveling, speeding out to the deep mid-wicket boundary.
So, Amin's got a long on, long off, deep extra cover, one slip, backward point, and extra cover on the offside. It's pitched up again. Douglas drives strongly, well fielded.
Another Maple man, actually. Rodney Husbands. He was better known as a wicket keeper, but a stylish batsman back in earlier times, but
certainly had good hands to get down to that ball there. The ball's a little bit shorter. Douglas pushes this to mid-on. There'll be a single there.
It's a promising start from Monty.
Yep.
As you mentioned, today would be not a better time to come good with the bat.
Change of field, slips going out to reinforce the offside. Backward point goes a little bit finer to short third man. A backward point, extra cover. Long off and a deep extra cover. Comes in, bowls to Merriman. Merriman tries to sweep. Hits him on the pad, appeal. But Merriman makes no contact and not out. On the leg side, there's just a square leg, mid-wicket and a long on.
Well, Merriman showing some intent on that occasion. The ball angling down the leg side. The left arm just getting this one to drift in with the arm.
It's the cut shot again.
Another Maple man. Jefferson Gibbons. He also played his trade.
Whereabouts is Maple on the
Maple
island?
is on the west coast, just outside of Old Town, in St. James.
Oh, okay.
If you're going in the northerly direction through Old Town, the next location is the Maple Club at Trent's in St. James.
It's the end of another over, and England are 43 for 2 off of 19 overs. Monty Douglas, who's just come in, is Monty Douglas is on 5, I think.
So yes, this pair showing, as I mentioned earlier, a bit more intent, looking to push on the scoring. I think they're going to be targeting the slower bowlers. I don't think they will be, or it would be sensible to actually seek to carry the game to Emerson Jordan.
This could be an interesting contest, though. Jordan comes into Douglas. It's well pitched up, driven, nice shot, but no. There's a bit of a mix-up. That was nearly a yes-no wait, sorry.
Well, a really nice shot. I think Merriman getting carried away with the shot, but the ball travelling much too quickly up to Prem Singh there at mid-on. Nice-looking shot by Monty, though.
It was.
Fine.
Well-timed. Comes in, bowls again. A shorter ball. It's chopped away on the offside. There'll be a single there. It should be 2. Yes, there will be 2. Just behind point, and 2 to Douglas.
Yeah. Using the pace of the bowler.
He moves on to 7.
Yeah, using the pace of the bowler there, Monty, getting on top of a delivery. Not exactly a short delivery, back of a length, but given some width outside that off stump. And jumping while he played the shot. Hitting it hard into the ground.
Jordan comes in again, bowls this ball. There's a bit of a slower ball there, I think. Well bowled, just outside the off stump. Has great control, this bowler.
Yeah, very much so. Really classy operator, Emerson Jordan, throughout his career. Has dabbled in recent times in the area of coaching. Has had a hand in a number of young prospective fast bowlers in particular in the island.
So we're in an R in here, but you don't know what's gone on. It was a full length ball. Douglas timed the ball nicely, went to extra cover. Both batsmen set off for a run. Unfortunately, it did go straight to cover. Fielder picked it up, had a choice of ends through to the wicketkeeper's end. And I don't think it was taken quite cleanly, and they've got through safely for a single. So could have been a problem there.
Well, because it appeared to me that when that ball arrived at the wicketkeeper, Richard was nowhere in the frame.
Yep.
I don't know how far away the throw might have been from the stump, so we're not in a position to say how much danger he might have been in, but definitely not in his crease when that ball arrived at the wicketkeeper.
Jordan comes in to Merriman. That's a bouncer. That is definitely a bouncer. And he's been called a wide.
Yes, one of the few bowlers that we have seen in this competition capable of bowling a bouncer or even bowling a wide, getting the ball up above the shoulder of the batsman. I mean, Richard Merriman is not the tallest of guys, but still, it takes quite an effort on this very slow holding track.
It's well bowled again. Outside off stump, Merriman came forward, played a defensive shot, played and missed.
There we saw the bowler thinking again after that short delivery, coming back down on a length. The Merriman might have been more inclined to stay on the back foot. Ended up groping at that delivery outside the off stump.
Another just back of a length ball, push back to the bowler. No run.
Jordan continues to test the England batsman with his variations and a bit of extra pace. But Merriman, who has been there from the beginning, very much.
So Jordan's now bowled 4 overs for 7 runs, bowled very well. And we've got Amin on from this end. No worries.
Well, Jordan, as he has all tournament long, being one of the leading bowlers in the competition. Yes, Kev.
Yeah. Well, it looks like some of the dark clouds are sort of passing over.
Well, yes, it now begins to head from the clouds heading from the east over to west, northeast, traveling to a southwesterly direction. Fortunately, they haven't dropped any of their load. There's some darkish looking clouds as they go over the Foursquare Oval, although maybe a slight suggestion of some moisture in the air with the cooling of the conditions. But though, let's call it, so far the weather has held firm. We were, remember, off to a later start because of some early moisture left by early morning rain or early morning showers.
So we have a score from one of the other games. Australia 170 for 4 off of 30 overs against the Invitational 11. And USA are 85 for 4 after 22 overs against the rest of the world.
Yes, the Australians are very much in the final, basically, and are waiting to see their next who their next opponent will be.
It's got to be one of these two teams, West Indies and England. And we've got Amin coming on from the southern end. Bowls full ball, hit back by Douglas, fielded well by Amin to his left.
So Amin bowling with a long off, deep extra cover on the rope, long on and deep mid wicket. So 4 fielders back on the rope.
There's a late cut by Monty, down to the third man, near the third man boundary, 2 runs.
A deft little shot, cute little shot by Monty. We've been associating power with Monty's game, and there he is showing that there's another side to his game.
Amin comes in, bowls, Douglas forward in defence, pushing into the offside, no run.
Quite early onto the front foot there, Monty, and actually having to wait for that delivery to come on to the bat.
So do you know Amin's background? Where's he played?
No, I don't. I suspect. But no, I don't. I will have to ask around.
Single there to Douglas, pushing forward, inside edge, squirted out to square leg, and another single to England. We move on to 50 up.
So that's
Amin, who was very successful in the over 50s tournament, played just before Christmas, comes in, bowls to Merriman. Merriman drives. It's gone square. There's 1. There should be 2. The ball's coming out close to the boundary. It's pulled in about a yard from the boundary and only 2.
Oh, that is a lovely shot. graceful square drive. One of those shots that always catches the eye, the square drive.
Yeah.
And that delivery, pitching down outside the off stump. And Merriman just getting it in the gap. Gracefully played down to
20.
Close to that boundary at deep backward point. So he continues to grow in stature, if not vertically, but at the wicket.
Merriman's on 20, and Douglas, who's only been in a couple of overs, he's on 11, and it's 52 for 2 after 21 overs. And is this a change of bowling?
It appears Jordan is going to continue.
No, it's Jordan still from the northern end. Jordan's going to bowl his 5th over. It's bowled really well so far. Got it, as Wayne was saying, got a very smooth West Indian fast bowling action, and very simple action, but yeah, looks a really excellent bowler. Short on, that's bounced on Monty, taking his hand off the top of the bat, just a little bit more bounce. Jordan's got 2 slips still, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. He comes in, bowls to Douglas, and again, it's an action replay there. Just short of a length and bouncing up, hitting towards the splice of the bat, and Monty, the second ball on the trot, taking his glove away as the ball hit high up. Good spell this.
Such as the quality of Emerson Jordan, he's able to be this consistent, to execute as he intends. You can see him.
Comes in again. Same again. It's cut away. That should be 4. Fielder's running hard after it, but it goes into the boundary, and 4 runs to Douglas.
Well read by Douglas, because he immediately as he played the shot, he himself knew that one was heading to the boundary.
Yep.
Jordan getting that one slightly a bit wider this time, and Monty able to latch onto it, play that cut shot, and again using the pace or exploiting the pace of the bowler, and knowing that one was heading for the ropes.
Second slip moves back to third man. Seems a good move with where Jordan has been bowling so far this over. Comes in again, bowls same again, and he's cut him away this time. Square up, Fielder's after it, and that's gone for 4 more.
So once again, Monty reading that ball was going to head to the boundary. This time, this one hit a bit squarer this time, and enjoying this spell of play is Monty. Douglas against the pace of Emerson Jordan. Jordan guilty though of being a bit too wide with those last 2 deliveries.
So what sort of response are we going to see from Jordan here? Full ball or bouncer? What do you reckon? Comes in, it's a full ball. Douglas drives the ball back, half stopped by the bowler. Good bit of cricket there. You just get a sense with fast bowlers whether it's going to be the full ball or the short bowler. Douglas, who's now moved on to 19, he's caught Merriman up. Jordan comes in, bowls to Douglas. Short, tries to pull it away, gets caught up in his top of the pad. And, give it a bit of a rub. Try not show the bowler that it's hurt you. Oh, but now he's on the floor.
Try as he might, though, that has hit him in an area which all of us who have played cricket are very familiar. Some call it the area of the unmentionables.
Some people call it the meat and 2 veg.
And some people call it the family jewels. Nonetheless, Monty is left prone on the ground.
He is now.
Receiving some assistance. He'll be okay,
Yeah,
as we
hopefully.
all know. Eventually, as
Yeah.
it happens, eventually.
It's one of those things, isn't it, that it happens quite a lot in cricket. Very painful if you're the person that's been hit, but for everybody else, everybody laughs and smiles.
Well, it is one of those. It's one time that you are in pain that nobody sympathizes.
Yeah.
But as I said, the good thing about it is that it soon subsides. It soon subsides. There are any cases where you might say, you may think you're going to die, but you don't die.
So we're going to have a little bit of a delay here. Some water's been brought on and wicketkeeper is walking off, wanting something from some of the reserve players. Weather has brightened up, the darker clouds have moved away.
So yes, so the breeze did take care of the cloud. Now we're beginning to get that steamy feeling again as the sun returns, having been blocked out by the clouds over the last half hour or so. Back to business at the Foursquare Oval.
Monty Douglas is back up and looks okay again now, so hopefully he can continue in the same form that he was the last over. With England now gone on to 60 for 2 off of 22 overs, so the run rate just beginning to creep up now. We have Amin coming in again shortly from the southern end.
Just to bring a report, Kev, on the West Indies-Zimbabwe test match. Just closing in a draw. West Indies picking up some 6 Zimbabwe second innings wickets after setting them a total of just over 270. So, close contest. 4 wickets for Gudakesh Motikan, young left-arm orthodox spinner. And Kevin, I'll leave it to you.
Well, I think so. Amin came in there, tossed up. Merriman struck the ball back, mid-drift height. Should have been taken, but it spilled out. Comes in again, slower delivery. Merriman pushes the ball on the leg side. In fact, it's a change of bowling. Yeah, we got Mutara, who's also played in the tape ball game a few days ago. He's playing against the English today, where he was playing with the English a couple of days ago. It's pitched up. Merriman drives this down to mid-off, and that's 4 runs. It's pitched up. Merriman, sort of extra cover, wide mid-off shot. The fielder was on the boundary, got to the ball, but could only half stop it, and it's trickled over 4 to Merriman.
Helps to rub salt into the wounds of Mutara, having put down that simple cotton bowled chance early in the over.
Next ball is short. Merriman pulls the ball to short mid-wicket. No real timing there, and it's no run. Ooh. Next ball's outside off stump. Probably turned a little bit, beat the outside edge.
You know, you look at Mutara and you look at Zamin, both left-arm orthodox spinners, but there's so much different between the two of them.
Next ball is shorter, flicked off his hip, a single to Merriman. Good throw, comes back in, and it's backed up by the fielder. And that's the over. And it's 65 for 2 off of 23. Monty Douglas is on 19. Merriman is on 25.
So quite productive over there for England. the first from Samu Motara, another one of those leading bowlers for West Indies in the competition. Kind of teases the batsman with his subtle changes of pace and flight. And
So we have. You were talking about. Your colleague was talking about the West Indies seniors cricket really taking off with the various competitions that are coming up. England have got a very full season coming ahead. We have sort of home international matches against Wales and Scotland. And then we have Australia coming over to tour the country. They're going to be over for about a month in July. We're going to play 5 one-day internationals against them. So, of course, the main Australia side is over to play England in the Ashes. We're playing the over 60, so we call them the Grey Ashes.
The Grey Ashes. Interesting. Well, what happens here, what we have noticed is that Masters cricket on the regional level is basically non-existent. There is no competition among the islands, among the different cricketing boards for a Masters at any level whatsoever. And what you see here is an organization which has been formed in the United States of America among people of West Indian extraction.
I think we have a new bowler.
Yeah, Rodney Husbands.
It's Rodney Husbands. This was the wicketkeeper.
Who used to be a wicketkeeper, but very much, very keen on
Yes.
his bowling once he's gone into the Masters level. But
First-
yes, sorry. No, I
Fir-
was saying that no organized cricket within the Caribbean, as far as Masters are concerned, as inter-regional competition is concerned. And this organization, of which Raj Singh, who the Cricket West Indies Masters Association, the organizers of this tournament, and they are actually based in the United States of America, of West Indians living on the North American continent. And hence, I guess the next stage, though, should be to try to establish some kind of regional, some interaction among regional sizes. Only here in Barbados that we've had some excellent work done by Anthony Morris and his group there at the oil company, as far as organizing cricket for Masters competitions for Masters over 50s in particular. I think they specialize in that over 50s aspect.
So we've had one wide from Husbands in this over, and then a back foot punchy shot from Douglas for another single.
For a number of years, there was a thriving over 40s cricket competition organized in Barbados. Very popular competition too, but once the COVID pandemic took things where they took it from 2020. That competition has not yet restarted.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously very difficult when you've got islands, and of course, a lot of the West Indies islands are a long way apart. You know, it's not a little journey across. What they do in Australia more recently, they have a number of festivals where they will have a festival in Melbourne where team from Western Australia will come across, teams from Queensland will go down, teams from New South Wales will go down, and then a little bit later they'll have a tournament in Queensland. So they'll sort of move festivals around, which is where they can sort of try and assess the various abilities of the various players from the various states. And of course Australia is a huge country, very difficult to get a national side.
So tell me something. How about the involvement of the Cricket Australia, let's put it that way, and the governing body? Are they anyway integrally involved in the promotion of Masters cricket? I shouldn't ask you of that. I should ask you of the ECB, their involvement in Masters cricket in England. Sorry, that was an unfair question.
No, that's fine. the ECB is certainly involved in England 50s cricket. They're not currently involved in 60s cricket. It is something that is being talked about, is being looked at, and certainly with the amount of tours and the amount of effort that people are putting in, ultimately funding is going to be required, and therefore I think the ECB will hopefully get involved and support what is clearly a growing area of cricket. I mentioned earlier about the Grey Ashes and the games against Wales and Scotland. There are potential tours for England seniors next year. Nothing's been confirmed yet, but there's a potential tour to Canada, which would be great to try and promote cricket in Canada, and also potentially a tour to Pakistan, all in the same year. Clearly, not everyone's going to be able to do everything, and of course, you're talking about quite significant costs. So hopefully the ECB can get involved. It's hit down the ground by Merriman, mid on and mid off, converging on the ball, just managing to stop the ball before it went over the boundary. 2 to Merriman.
Yeah, nice shot, good movement down the track. Hitting it eerily, but hitting it straight. No danger in the shot. Matara.
Mid on just being moved a little straighter, and long off a little wider. Fielder at long on can now lean against the sight screen. Comes in, pushes the ball back, no run.
Ball, you can see from Matara angling into Merriman and cramping him for room.
Next ball's pushed up, just tickled into the offside, no run. Merriman is now on 29, just beginning to pick up the strike rate.
Has been rather prepared to just sit and wait for his scoring opportunities, rather than trying to force the issue. There we see him.
So a single there to Merriman. Off the back foot, 2 long off. Could have been 2, but they settled for 1. And of course, there's another World Cup coming up in just over a year's time in India for the over 60s. Mutara comes in, bowls to Douglas. Douglas goes back, whips this through the onside to mid-wicket. Should be 2 here. Plenty of encouragement from the English squad. 2 runs to Douglas. Douglas is quick to sort of rock back and pull the ball through the leg side.
Yes, going deep into his crease and creating some room for himself. I remember some time ago speaking or listening to the great Cigar Fields talk, and he has never been stumped in Test cricket. Throughout his career, he had never been stumped, and he was asked about that, and he was talking about that. People talk about using your feet as just going down the wicket, but he said, well, there's a space between the crease and the stumps, and you can also use your feet to go deep into the crease and make good deliveries, shorter deliveries, and Monty's been exhibiting
drives
a similar kind of theory.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, when you see some of the T20 shots played now, they're almost right on top of their stumps. They're so deep in their crease.
Yes. Something basically unheard of before the T20 game.
Yeah. De Villiers and a guy called Liam Livingston. I don't know whether you've seen much of Livingston. He bats right in his crease and hits the ball a country mile.
I've seen Andrea Russell. I mean, these guys, I've seen some perfectly good Yorkers disappear because of these guys' ability to get deep into the crease and change the length of deliveries. And the effect of T20 though on cricket generally, I for one can admit to being very skeptical about it when it first came around, but I'm now being converted more or less to the fact that it has had a positive effect.
Yeah, and I mean they practice hard these shots now, so that it comes to them. I mean, how batsmen play ramp shots against quick bowlers beyond me. But it's interesting. I do a fair bit of coaching in the UK, and with often juniors that have not played much at all, and you're trying to get them to play, the pull shot, a shot on the offside, and then they come up to you and say, "When are we going to do the reverse sweep?"
But again, as Sir Gary always preaches, he said, master the basics first. Once you've mastered the basics, then you can start to do your different adaptations. So I think that is where the proper game of cricket is very important for younger folks. Get them to master the basics before they seek these improvisations.
75 for 2 or for 25 overs, so I reckon that's 3 and over.
Well, they have lifted that rate. I think Monty has had a lot to do with that. Monty Douglas.
Husbands is coming in from the northern end. Bowls, full, leg sides, good shot. Just beaten the guy at mid-wicket. There should be 2. The fielder picks the ball up. Oh, and the batsman says it should have been 2 there.
Yeah, but good work by Amin in that he released the ball very quickly. I think that will have influenced Merriman in holding his ground.
Yep. Again, similar delivery. Angling down. He's giving him out. Merriman stays there. Disappointed with that one, but LBW. Full delivery. Angling in. And Merriman goes for 29, I think. 30. Sorry, Richard. Good innings.
Fine delivery, though, from our husbands, getting that one right up to the bat. And Merriman going across the line of delivery. Might have been hitting over the top of it also. And the ball canning into the pads. Umpire had no hesitation whatsoever in making that decision. From this looks a very straightforward one. Kev, we're going to have a double change. We're going to make a double change from the commentary box in, or within the commentary box. Adriel Woody Richard is going to take over from you with the ball by ball, and we're going to reintroduce Hartley to sit in the analyst chair.
Great, thank you very much. Edward Gordon-Lennox just coming into bat. One thing about Edward Gordon-Lennox.
To a number of the...
Morning to Hartley. Good morning to you, Hartley. Good morning to our Strip. He's got the name Pierre on the bat. I will tell you something. Just Strip. He's got the name Pierre on the bat. I will tell you something just now. Very uncanny. As the husbands, bowls, a shortish delivery outside the off stump, and the late great Ezra Alonzo Mosley. I had to do a double take, Hartley, seriously, as Douglas goes onto the back foot and drives towards the fielder coming in off the deep cover boundary. That's Jordan. There'll be a single there for him. He now moves to 25, and that takes the total up to 78 for 3 and over number 27.
Yes, Woody, when I saw him for the first time this morning, I too smiled. I said, what a resemblance. Yes. Everything, even the way his gait, the way he moves. Yes. He looked a lot like Ezra Mosley. But
Look at him now. Standing there, he's built similarly.
Everything he does have a
similar complexion. The only difference I would say about him is that he's definitely he doesn't have the mustache. He doesn't have the mustache.
No, but Woody,
and the head of hair.
I'm here smiling as the choice of ball, how the West Indies are bowling, because husbands would have opened the bowling last match, bowled 4 overs, took 1 for 7, and now this is the second over he has bowled after the extended period.
Here's Prem Singh bowling, and Douglas plays the ball back at the pitch for the bowler to field, and there's no run. Sorry, Matara is bowling. I beg your pardon. What has happened is that it's some very strange bowling tactics by the West Indies. The delivery outside the off stump, left alone by the batsman, taken by the keeper Singh standing up. Singh doing duties behind the stumps. Previously he was in the outfield and live wire in the outfield too. Douglas comes onto the front foot and defends into the onside, turns it up around the corner, picked up by Singh moving from behind the stumps, and there's no run.
You know, conventional cricket will show you that when you, especially the start that they had this morning, that you keep the pressure on. But and he's the captain, so he knew what he was doing.
Delivery which is cut away towards backward point, picked up by Gibbons, no run.
Yes, but they're still good because into the 29th over now, 27th over, and still haven't gotten 100. So we can say that
down the pitch and lofting this delivery straight down the ground. Some runs here for him. He will come back for the second run now as the return comes, an underarm return from Wilbur Bruce, circling the perimeter of the field. 2 runs to Douglas now takes him to 27 and the total up to 80 for 3 in the 27th over.
But Monty Douglas he looks like a very aggressive batter.
He's got a pretty famous first name, Monty.
Monty Lynch.
Monty Lynch, correct.
When they first started, I actually said Monty, but then I heard Douglas go on to it.
Here is Motara bowling to Lynch, who's coming forward and playing defensively. Back along the pitch, no run, the end of the over. It remains at 80 for 3.
Yes. We can honestly say that the West Indies are still in control. 3 wickets down, yes, but with 27 overs bowled, one can honestly say another 18 overs to go. Any projection here, I most probably I would say the West Indies will be looking to restrict them to no more than 160 runs. But we have to wait and see to see how the English team progresses. But
well, it's been good there for West Indies if you consider that the West Indies test team drew that first test against Zimbabwe after setting the Zimbabweans 272 for victory.
But
as Husbands bowls and Gordon Lennox plays forward, plays the ball back up along the pitch for Husbands to field no run.
And when you consider that almost an entire day was lost through rain because only 89 overs were bowled between the first and second day, it meant that.
Here is Husbands bowling, delivery outside the off stump. Lennox attempting to play the cut shot and not making any contact, taken by the keeper.
Yes, so the West Indies would have had full majority of the play in that first test, so they have done well under Craig Baffett and Chandra Paul's mammoth record score of 336 between them.
Delivery that is hit down towards long on, where Harris does the fielding coming in off the boundary. Single for Lennox, who now goes to 2 and takes a total up to 81 for 3 in the 28th over. We'll talk about but you would have felt that after making such a big first innings total, well, considerably. 447 in the modern year, 447 is small. Nowadays, the guys are making 5 and 6 and 700, and in a day too. As we watch now, Douglas drives up to long on for a run. He now moves to 28 and the total up to 82 for 3 in the 28th.
Yes, but the thing is, Woody, knowing the West Indies cricket as I do.
Here is Husbands forcing the batsman onto the back foot, and he drives down towards long off. There's a run there for him. Boyd with the underarm return in. That takes him now to 29. Sorry, that's Lennox. He's gone out to 3, sorry. Douglas is on 28, and it's 83 for 3. Final delivery of the 28th over, about to be bowled by Husbands. Fullish length, and the batsman drives out towards extra cover. Can't score. The end of the over, at the end of it, it's 83 for 3.
Yes, another good over by the West Indies. Husbands he is bowling. He's bowling well. He's continued to bowl, carry on from last Monday when he bowled so outstandingly. And once again, we are having the the brakes being applied to the scoring. Monty is trying his best to break off the shackles, but the bowling is very tight. So we are. It looks as if the- something will give pretty soon because the overs are coming down. 28 overs completed, and the score still below only 83 runs. So we have Motara still adjusting his field. He has a backward point, cover, extra cover on the boundary, mid off, a long on, mid wicket, and he bowls short outside the off stump, and it,
Goes on to back foot and tries it to long off and will get a run. So Lennox now goes to 4 and total up to 84 for 3 and over number 29. The England Masters. Down first here. And, they've not lost it. They haven't lost the wickets, but certainly from the viewpoint of they've not been able to have a frenetic scoring rate either. That is the challenge that they face at the moment. Here is Douglas trying to change that as he's down the pitch and swings through mid wicket. Will get one. They'll come back for a second one now. They're going to come back for a third as the return is something by Moose. So this one in between the two. 3 runs that takes the England total up to 93 now over number 29. Sorry, 87. Over number 29. And that carries Douglas to 31.
you were being obscured by the batter and the wicket keeper, but the ball actually went full. Husbands do full length, and the ball cut off. He didn't take the catch, but he cut off the ball.
Is Lennox on the back foot and pulling to deep mid wicket. The fielder down there, that's Jordan. Just a single there for Gordon Lennox. He's on 5 and the total now in 8 for 3 over number 29. So the England team, we're hoping that they can accelerate from this position now as Douglas goes onto the back foot and cuts. And a good bit of fielding there by Cameron Gibbons, diving away to his right, preventing any and just limiting them to just the single where it may have probably could have beaten them and probably race away to the boundary for maybe 4. Here is Matara and Gordon Lennox is down the pitch and swings to just the one fielder, that's Jordan on the deep mid wicket boundary. Circles, but nowhere near. Maybe just lost sight of the ball. It was in the air for a long time, and they thought that maybe there was a chance for a catch. But 2 runs there for Gordon Lennox, who's now at 7. That takes the total up to 91 for 3, so they're beg your pardon, inching closer to the 100-run mark in over number 29.
Yes, you can see as the day progresses, sun is out, the pitch has dried considerably, and the batter, there's no more swing at all.
Gordon Lennox drives the long off, very a single there for him. He now moves to 8 and the total up to 92 for 3 after 29 overs.
Yes, buddy. That was a productive over there for the English side because they got some 9 runs in that over. So that was one of the highest scoring overs. So, but it shows the difference between both the ends. From one end, you have husbands bowling medium and quick and tight, while Motara is looping it up, left arm, not imparting very little spin, if any at all. So he is as one would say, he's leaking the runs, if you can say it, if there are any runs being leaked. But you looked at just now. You I'm sure Cameron Gibbons would have felt good to know that he is playing Masters, but Cameron Gibbons has not gotten that age yet. He is still very much a worker in the police force. Jefferson Gibbons is doing a very good job there in the field.
Too many Gibbons in my head. No, too many of them. That's
Yes,
the problem.
yes.
There's too many. So that's Jefferson, yes. So now it will be husbands to continue. He is about to bowl his fourth over. 3 overs no maidens, 1 for 10 before this. Matara 4 overs no maidens, none for 22. Jordan 5 overs 1 maiden, none for 15. Amin 5 overs no maidens, 1 for 21. Boyd 6 overs 2 maidens, 1 for 11. And Suchan 6 overs 1 maiden, none for 13. Bowling figures for the West Indies Masters so far. Here's husbands bowling now to Gordon Lennox, who's forcing the ball away into the offside, out towards square, but can't beat the fielder. And it remains at 92 for 3. We'll start with over number 30. Reminding you that the England team, they were put in by the West Indies here at the Foursquare Oval as husbands, bowls from the Arthur Becker lane. Gordon Lennox plays defensively forward, back and pass very close together in the approved fashion. There's no run. Fortunately, he has a son who's a famous cricketer. Can offer him a pair of boots as a bit of a change. As he's forward now, Gordon Lennox. And this one pushes under the offside, no runs. Bruce, of course, is the dad of former Barbados and West Indies all-rounder Dwayne Smith. Someone you know very well.
Oh yes, I would have been his manager when Barbados, when he played for Barbados. And in fact, he ended playing for Barbados with me as manager.
As this delivery forces the batsman onto the back foot, and he slaps it out towards David Shkava, where Jordan does the field in a single there for Gordon Lennox, who now moves to 9, takes a total up now to 93 for 3, win over number 30. So 2 balls remain. Here comes just maybe one or slight adjustments to the field, and just to show you how Hartley, how much of a connection there is between England and Barbados, as we watch husbands now bowling to Douglas, who drives to back past the bowler. Boyd comes in off the boundary, does the fielding, just a single there for him. He goes up now to 33 and a total up to 94 for 3 in the 30th over. Just to show how this connection, I mean, we just had this little cricket. This is a Masters cricket, and there's so many English visitors around the ground. This brings the batsman forward, pushed under the offside, no run. End of the over, it's at 94 for 3.
It is clear, Woody, that once English hear about.
Wait, just let me just say that we're going to have a Blue Waters drinks break. Yes, Hartley.
Yes, when the English hear about a tour to the Barbados, to the Caribbean, especially Barbados, they would come because of that affinity between the two countries. In fact, we even go so far as to call Barbados Little England.
That's right. So just to remind you that the West Indies Masters won the toss. They put the England Masters in. The England Masters have lost to Richard Merriman. LBW to husbands for 30. Martin Watkin, who was caught by Harris off the bowling of Boyd without scoring. Neil Braffett was caught by Singh off the bowling, Singh the keeper off the bowling of Amin for 19. Douglas is there now on 33. Gordon Lennox is there now on 9. 3 extras and a total of 94 for 3 after 30 overs. I gave you the bowling figures a short time ago, so they wouldn't have changed significantly. So 94 for 3. We'll take a short break, and when play resumes, we'll continue the commentary. So we're about to have a resumption of play here at the Foursquare Oval with the West Indies Masters up against the England Masters. We're going to have a look at see what's going to take place here in this last phase of the game. 15 overs remaining, and it will be Matara to continue, the left arm spinner, bowling now to Douglas, who's coming out to the front foot, and this ball maybe just coming off the inside portion of the bat and going out towards the onside, no run. Now, we talk about Matara. Matara is, according to the statistics that we've got available to us, he's the second most successful bowler in the tournament so far. Well, before today, as Douglas is looking for a pull shot, the ball played right over the top, missed, and was fortunate. Well, Gordon Lennox was fortunate he wasn't run out because he was looking for the run, but Douglas wasn't interested. I'm so tempted to call him Monty Lynch. I got to keep my concentration going, Hartley, or else I'm going to call him Monty Lynch. Here is Matara bowling, and he's down the pitch, and when he gets there, Douglas, he drives and hits the ball straight back into the stumps at the non-striker's end. That was hit with some degree of ferocity, and well, no run there. Nice cluster of English supporters on the far on by the sight screen on the far side. That just goes to show you. There's a buzzer here today. You know.
Yes, it is clear that this is a very important game, and they have come to support the English their team.
And here's Matara, left arm around the wicket, bowling to Douglas, who's beaten by a delivery that spins past the outside edge and into the gloves of Singh behind the stumps. And he does well, Singh. Very sprightly for an over 60.
Yes, in fact, he's keeping cricket very well. I'm surprised, I'm pleased to see his efforts behind the stumps.
Here is Matara in again now, bowling to Douglas, who's onto the back foot and forcing the ball away into the offside, out towards the long off fielder. There'll be a single there for him. That will take him now up to 34 and a total up to 95 for 3. One ball left in over number 31. So Matara's done well for himself. George Harris is the leading scorer with 187 runs. That's before today. As Gordon Lennox drives, but straight to the fielder and won't score as we come to the end of over number 31. The England Masters, they're 95 for 3.
Yes, and as you have said, the batters are trying desperately to pierce the field, but the field is well set back, and although the batters are playing some strong shots, the ball is actually going straight to the fielders, and they are feeling well. They're not much misfeeling here at all today. So it's a good game, and those who have come out to watch, I'm sure so far they are quite pleased at what is being offered to them.
It'll be Husbands to continue from the Bethel end. Here he is now, into ball to Douglas, over pitched on line leg stump and whipped away through for the square. There'll be a run here for him, and he now goes to 35 and a total up to 96 for 3 in over number 32.
Husbands has a plan. He is bowling middle and leg, hoping that shot that Douglas is playing, he misses, and then he's going to shove a vociferous appeal for LBW.
Here is Husbands in again, bowling to Gordon Lennox, and he was looking to swing it away into the leg side. Maybe it came off the pad, but a bit of a chase here for Singh from behind the stumps, and they will come back for the second leg bye. So 2 leg byes there. So the extras increase the total to 98 for 3. So the 100-run mark beckons, and they've really set well here, the English, to maybe mount a a fairly competitive total against the West Indian boys.
Yes, as long as they maintain those wickets in hand, I'm sure that we are going to see when they get to 10 overs remaining, you are going to see that onslaught.
Well, here is Husbands now bowling to Gordon Lennox, who's looking to do some onslaughting and tugs this one out towards the fielder coming in off the wideish long on boundary. That's Gibbons, and he now moves into double figures. He's on 10, and it's now 99 for 3 in over number 32. So another run, and then the 100 is up. Here is Husbands trying to prevent that, and Douglas is on the back foot looking to bang this one away through the offside. Didn't get the timing right on the stroke, and it goes bouncing out to the field in an extra cover, no run. Just kind of wound up and tried to just go for the power rather than the placement, and in the end didn't get a run. He's kept on 35 as Husbands bowls to him now. He's forward and strokes his ball up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Fielder in the way. Busy area, but also a very lovely area as sun shines down here at Foursquare Oval. They're pitched up, and Douglas hammers this one back to the bowler, and who knocks it down as we come to the end of another decent over from Husbands. At the end of it, it's 99 for 3 after 32.
We in cricket would say that Husbands is mixing up his deliveries. He is giving you predominantly the middle leg, but then he's bowling a slower ball and then a floating ball outside the off stump. So he is not allowing the batters to get into any rhythm. And he's bowling, Husbands is bowling well.
Well, let's just do Matara will continue. Let's have a quick look at the field he's got. He's got a short third man. There's a backward point, extra cover on the boundary. There's also a long off, a long on, straightish mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and also a deepish square leg, 3/4 waist to the boundary. It will be Matara to continue bowling his left arm spin around the wicket to the right-handed Gordon Lennox, who's down the pitch and drives, lost this delivery down towards long off for a single. A lot of effort, but you only got a run, and that takes the England total up to 100. So the England team, if they've cleared 100 here, and over number 33, probably not aware just as yet. Now you hear the applause. As Matara continues to give it this once more, and he is mistumped by Singh. There was Douglas jumping down the wicket, looking to maybe hit it somewhere deep into that cane field on the far side. Missed, and Singh got a little bit excited, and rather than just take the ball and then break the stump, maybe just got a little bit excited and in the end muffed the chance. So it remains at 100 for 3. We're in over number 33. Here is Matara bowling to Douglas, who's coming forward, wrapped on a pad, a stifled appeal from the bowler. It remains at 100 for 3. Kean Fields in the background provides a lovely backdrop as we watch now Matara bowling to Douglas, who's coming forward and playing very carefully into the onside. No run. I know you would have eaten a lot of cane in your day.
Oh dear. In fact, Barbados was a cane country.
That's right.
Almost every square inch in Barbados was played. It was a jewel of the British Crown, we were called one time.
Gem in the Caribbean. As Matara bowls to Douglas, who's coming forward and again playing very carefully into the onside. No run. I'm sure you would have. Did you go in? You're a law officer, so let me hear you know. Did you invade the cane fields and pilfer stalks of cane? That's what I want to hear from you. Here is Douglas coming forward, playing the ball back at low the pitch, no run. It remains at 100 for 3 after 33 overs.
No, Adriel. The truth be told, I born in the city. I born in city. My
Okay.
30 beds out.
Okay.
So there wasn't much cane. But where just above me, where now the botanical gardens, that was actually Waterford's cane area.
Okay.
But my mother was so strict.
That's why you became a law officer.
I followed my brother. He was also a policeman.
Okay.
But in that over, that was an over where we saw the first blemish by the wicketkeeper. He actually saw the batter coming down. He saw him out of the crease, and as you said, he got too anxious. So he tried stamping before he collected the ball. So he missed the ball. Brought the stamp with his hand, but he was too.
Yeah.
But I got over.
Yeah. Got a little bit too excited.
But
So-
you were talking about the cane, but we're about to start the harvesting of the cane. The crop shipment has to start pretty soon. So we are going to be seeing the trucks all over the place now.
Here's Husbands bowling and delivery of finish length, and Gordon Lennox drives out towards long off. Single there for him. That will take him now up to 12, and a total up to 101 for 3. We're in over number 34. Husbands has been pretty economical so far. He's in again, bowling to Douglas, who tugs a delivery again of a fullish length towards deep mid wicket. Amin, the fielder, running in off the boundary. He's now 36. Douglas, and a total of 102 for 3. Here's Husbands making his way in again now. Bowling to Gordon Lennox outside the off stump. Looking to guide the ball away, making no contact. Truth be taken by Singh behind the stumps. And it remains at 102 for 3. I think we're going to have to ask Wilbur Bruce to move. As Gordon Lennox is on to the back foot. Looking to play it into the onside. And it got an edge. And just past the keeper. Who again didn't take cleanly. They made a meal of it, and in the end got a single.
You can't be so harsh. He was following the line of the ball, going down the leg.
Oh, forgive me, because it was a little bit unsighted by Bruce.
You were unsighted, and the ball just went on the offside, and he could not have gathered that one.
Here is Husbands, and Douglas drives down towards the deepish mid-on, well, the mid-on area, but just one run as a Boyk and Gibbons heared in off the long off and long on boundary, if you could call it hearing.
Flurry of activity there with both the batters on the pitch and the two fielders to restrict that there to only one run.
Here's Husbands once more, bowling to Gordon. That's a full toss that swung away over backward square for 6. That was really a gift. Really the first bad ball to Gordon Lennox, who smashed it away over deep backward square. So Gordon Lennox now moves up to 19. And at the end of over number 34, the England Masters put in by the West Indies Masters, they're 110 for 3.
Well, as you can see, he's but human. Bowling a tight line on or about the middle and leg with the occasional drifter on the off side. And this time he tried to experiment. No, what he wanted to bowl, but he ended up bowling a full toss. And it was quite rightly dealt with. Out of the ground, over into the road, out on the other side of the field. So I'm sure that would have heard from the spectators, they were quite happy with that 6.
Well, what I will say to you as well too is that despite that, Husband still has pretty decent figures. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24. So still decent figures in the circumstances. 4 runs and over. Not bad for this level of the game. We'll see how he goes. He's still got a maximum 3 more he can bowl. And let's see if the captain will repose confidence in him after that 6. But as I said, he's done a generally tidy job. 110 for 3, 34 overs gone. Here is Matara to start over number 35. And Douglas is down the pitch and he drives, but did that come off no, it came off the stumps. So Douglas seems to be very good at hitting his stumps and not striker. He's hitting it very straight. So straight in the minute he stumps.
Exactly. This is the second time he has struck the ball, and but at least this time he was fortunate enough to get a single for this one because the ball ricocheted onto the onside.
Here is Matara bowling. Give him some ear, and Gordon Lennox sets this one in the ear towards long on. And well, the field, both the fielder and I lost sight of the ball. The two fielders at long off and long on lost complete sight of the ball, and it dropped inside the boundary for 4, and that will take Gordon Lennox to 23 and a total of 115 for 3. It's a orange ball they're playing with, so maybe that's part of the challenge that the fielders are having. Outside the off stump, looking to cut, doesn't make any contact, taken by the keeper, no run. Maybe if it was the white ball, maybe it might be the sighting might be a much better. Maybe.
Thanks for finding an excuse for him, my friend. He just lost the sight. He just lost sight of the ball.
I lost sight of it too, Harry. And I thought as well as these guys are. Here's Gordon Lennox coming onto the front, but he hasn't lost sight of it as he strokes this one out towards long off a run. He now moves up to 23, and takes a total up to 116 for 3 in over number 35. So 2 balls remain in this over as Douglas comes in to strike and waits as Matara brings him onto the front foot, and he turns it into the mid-wicket region for a run, and he will now go to 39 and a total up to 117. Beg your pardon, for 3. Last ball of over number 35 to come as we watch Matara bowling, left arm around the wicket, shortish delivery, goes onto the back foot and bangs it away through the cover region, and they will come back for the second run now as the fielder down there couldn't really cut it off, and so 2 runs there for Gordon Lennox. He's 26. Douglas is on 39, and after 35 overs, the England Masters 119 for 3. And so that's, if I do some quick maths, that will be something like 3.20 or something like that, and over.
What I can tell you, Woody, is that
3.4 for
these
over.
games every other day, you can see that some of the bowlers are weltering under the pressure because Matara is the leading bowler in the competition, but today his hand is not coming up as freely as all of the other days. So, fortunately enough, for this is the penultimate match for both of these teams. So he doesn't have very much longer to go. But it is clear that he has not bowled well today.
Well, we can give you a score from one of the other games. The Australians have certainly proven their class once again. They have totaled 272 for 6 from 45 overs against the Invitational 11. Where's that game being played again, Amelia? That game is being played at Darrow's Road, the Wanderers Cricket Ground. So 272 for 6 of 45. And the Americans, they are 120 for 7 in the 39th over, and that's up against the rest of the world just down the road from where we are at the BNOC ground in Woodburn. Or Woodbourne, I should say. I could keep saying Woodburn. We're born. I have to put in the O inside there. Here's husband. So captain still showing some confidence in him as he bows now to Douglas, who slats this one out towards the fielder in an extra cover. And there was Gordon Lennox was almost in the crease at the other end, and Douglas hadn't even moved. He was just really just admiring the shot. Douglas, as the husbands now, bowls to Douglas again, and Douglas bangs this one away through cover. Will get 1. They're coming back thinking about the second, but decide against it, and that will take Douglas now up to 40. And the total up to 121 for 3 in over number 36. So both these batsmen now really beginning to express themselves. as Gordon Lennox goes onto the bat for the pulls to deep mid wicket. Amin comes around, does a great bit of work getting around and getting to the ball and releasing it very quickly, though it was an underarm return, as we will see from most of the gentlemen at this age. The underarm returns are pretty much standard. Another run there for Gordon Lennox, who's now 28. It's 122 for 3. As Husbands bowls to Douglas, who is looking for power. Seems to be a real power hit. It reminds you of a good old guy back in the days playing cricket in Barbados. Guys in the BCL just play a lot of shots. Here is Husbands bowling, and he hits this one with some power in the ear, back past the bowler. They'll come back for the second run now as the return comes in from the underarm return. Good run in between the wickets between these two. And that will take Douglas now up to 42 and the total up to 124 for 3. Even the running between the wickets, these guys seem to be doing pretty well.
Good. They are positive and they are looking for every run.
That's also impressed me about many of the teams. You've seen the running between the wickets. There's another shortish delivery, cut away by Douglas, straight to the fielder Harris, but can't prevent the run. Douglas gets a single. He's now 43. It's 125 for 3 after 36 overs. So 9 overs remaining. You're thinking about, let's say, 4 or 5 runs and over, somewhere in the vicinity of 160, 170, somewhere in that region.
But earlier in my comments to Wayne, I did project that they were looking for 160. And I also said not too long ago that the way how the batters were going, they're looking to bring the score down to the 10 overs remaining, and then they're really going to go all out. And it appears that this is exactly what they're doing also, because they're comfortable now. Both batters are comfortable at the creases, and they are now taking advantage of all of the loose bowling that they are going to get.
Well, I'm going to try to give you some details of those other 2 games, especially that game with Australia, as we're going to have a bowling change at the far end. Is this?
That is Prem.
No, Prem is short turn man. Yeah, still it says those Matara, but he's going to, instead of bowling around the wicket, he's going to bowl over the wicket now. As he's in now bowling to Douglas, who's onto the back foot, and the ball forced away out towards mid-wicket. Can't score. I can tell you that Douglas and Lynch, in my head, hardly just, I'm fighting it.
You're doing good.
Down the leg side and looking to swing it away is Douglas. Doesn't make any contact, and I think it may be, let's see, an extra. Yeah, the leg by signal now by the umpire. So the extras now will go up by 1 to 6, and the total rolls up to 126 for 3 in over number 37. And then something just also entered my head with those 2 names, Douglas and Lynch, as a delivery from Matara. Gordon Lennox drives it down towards long on for a run. He's now 29, and it's 127 for 3. I remember there's is it a famous lawyer or attorney at law, Douglas Lynch? Oh, so I'm here fighting it hard. Trust me, it got me good. Here is Matara bowling, and Douglas swings this one away over mid-wicket and into the boundary for 4. A good shot from Douglas. That will take him now to 47, and a total up to 131 for 3 and over number 37. Gordon Lennox is there on 29, so it means Douglas needs just 3 more for his 50. It just seems the West Indian players just seem a little bit down at the moment. They're moving a bit lethargic, but they must recognize that things haven't really truly gotten away from them per se. This is a good partnership, and as my good friend and your good friend Kifodo always say, there's always a partnership in cricket. Here's Douglas down the pitch, and when he gets there, he lost this one down to long on. Will get a run as the fielder hurls the ball in to the bowler. Another run there for Douglas. He's now 48, 132 for 3.
What if we are going to find any fault at all for the West Indies approach today, is that in the middle of the overs, they appear to be wishing and hoping.
Here is this one swung away down to deep mid wicket, and Jordan down on the deep mid wicket boundary, badly misjudged the flight of the ball. Maybe expected to go for 6, maybe just a bit too concerned as well about the rope behind him, and made a meal of it as Gordon Lennox gets another boundary. He now goes to 33 and takes a total up to 136 for 3. One thing, there was a time where you talk about English batsmen, you see them come out and they always be prim and correct, and and they won't be the ones playing the strokes, and even if they play strokes all along the ground. Nowadays, England batsmen more resemble West Indian batsmen, and West Indian batsmen more resemble England batsmen. What do you think about that, Hardy?
With the birth and the advent of limited overs cricket, especially
T20, yeah.
They have, but then they have perfected it now. They're when you see them practicing, they're actually practicing T20 shots. So it is not surprising that their mode of batting, the mode has changed to that of the West Indian type of approach. Well, the West Indian is at a loss. He doesn't know what kind of play he wants to play. And that is our problem. Our problem is that we have not perfected the basics in the cricket, because they are not playing much red ball cricket. So we are looking to play a T20 to get with the big dollars. So if you are not good at your foundation, your house will not be very strong, and that is what is our problem.
You're very correct, Hardy, because I keep making the point that what happens is that I keep saying Kane Williamson has an IPL contract, and he doesn't go out there and swipe, which is what many of the West Indian batsmen tend to do. Just slog, just good old-fashioned slog. We call it cow swiping. Go swipe here in the Caribbean, or as the old parlance will go, swipe like blind Helga. So that's here's Emerson Jordan replacing Husbands at the Bethel end and over pitch outside the off stump, and Douglas drives into the offside. They'll get a run as the have it to circle to his right. So he now goes to 49 and a total up to 137 for 3. Here is Jordan now bowling to Gordon Lennox, and who tugs the delivery from outside the off stump to whitish, to cow corner really, and will get a boundary. And as you can hear, the cheers go up. They're very excited by the innings being played here by Edward Gordon Douglas, who now goes to 37 and carried the England total up to 141 for 3 in over number 38.
This is the problem you always will find when a bowler comes back for his second spell, and when you add the issue of at this age, the second spell is very expensive.
That's right. Because it will take some time to get back in the thick of things, Jordan, as he's in now, bowling to Gordon Lennox, who drives a nice looking shot, flowing drive. They're going to come back for the second run now, as Tony Boyd at long off and didn't feel cleanly, a bit of a misfeel, and 2 more runs to Gordon Lennox. He now goes to 39 and a total up to 143 for 3 and over number 38. So the runs coming thick and fast now for the England Masters, as an overpitch delivery drives to long on. Gordon Lennox, another run. He's now 40. So both batsmen in the 40s, and a total up to 144 for 3. Here's one trying to move out of the 40s and into the 50s. This is Douglas, who waits for Jordan. And this delivery is down the leg side of wide, now called by umpire Kevin Sisnett. One of these young but senior umpires, if you want to call it that. Young in age, but senior in experience, in that he's been around for a little while. I think about the last 4 or 5 years, a lot of young men and women have come into umpiring in Barbados. Jordan bowls and Douglas goes through the offside and thrashes this one through the offside for one. They're going to come back for the second now as the fielder on the cover boundary misfielded. So 2 runs, and that will take Douglas to his 50. A lovely shot down to deep cover. Douglas going to 51 from 73 balls, 4 fours, no sixes. A fine innings from Monty Douglas, carrying England up to 147 for 3 in the 30th over.
Exceptionally good innings, especially when one considers that when he came into bat, they were actually batting scoring so slowly. But he has done it exceptionally well.
Here is Jordan bowls overpitched and better yet, you would probably say it was a Yorker left delivery, and he dug it out and squirted out to behind square for a single. So he now moves to 52, and at the end of over number 38, the England Masters now 148 for 3.
Yes, this is what you would call a recovery, because from what has happened now is that they have weathered that early storm, and for the last 20 overs or so, they not only did they consolidate, but they have really scored well. So England, and I have to revise now the target, because I had said about 160, but if they score now 140 odd, they are going to go, or once these 2 batters stay there, they are going to go well past the 160.
Maybe up a 180?
Yes, 180 now. It will be
unless they could get, unless the West Indian Masters can get a breakthrough.
But yes, but I don't see it. But you come in here, not the building.
No, I agree with you, but just saying.
Yes, we will have to then once again look at the 2 target.
Yeah, see how the new batsman approaches the whole thing. Here's Matara now continuing, and Douglas is down the pitch and drives this powerfully back past the bowler. Another run there for him. He is now 53, and a total up to 149 for 3. We're in over number 39. We've now got our colleague from England here again. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, and a good response in the last few overs from the English batsman.
Very much so. As Mataro to continue from the Vaspert Drake's end as left arm spinner around the wicket, and there's Gordon Lennox on the back foot. Look at the tug of delivery from outside the off stump. Kept a bit low and not getting it too far, just going out to Husbands in at the short mid wicket position, and the score kept at 149 for 3. Here's Mataro on the back foot, looking to forcing the batsman into looking for a big drive through the offside. Ball going past the outside edge into the gloves of the keeper, no run. Doesn't have to get carried away, does he? Just continue to do what he's been doing.
Absolutely powerful hitter of the ball is Edward Gordon Lennox.
Here is Matara bowling, short ball, and he's onto the back foot and pulls it around through mid wicket. Harris the fielder. So another run there for Gordon Lennox. He's now 41. It's 150 has come up for the England Masters.
Yeah. It looked a long way off 20 overs ago, but been a good comeback. These 2 in particular striking the ball very hard.
Matara bowling to Douglas, who's coming forward and playing carefully into the offside, away at the backward point, and will get a run. Just seems to be carrying a bit of a limp now, but he's been out there. He's been really thrashing it around. So maybe just a bit of fatigue also setting in, and you would expect that at his age as well too.
Yes. So Monty's a bit of a thumper of the ball rather than a stroke player. But he's been very effective, and another nice shot.
Gordon Lennox steering the ball away into the offside for another run, straight to the field of Gibbons, and he will now go to 42. Douglas is on 54, and after 39 overs, the England Masters 152 for 3. A real recovery after once they lost their first wicket in the second over. It was one without one wicket, no runs. Then it was 37 for 2 in the 17th over. So you could see how slow the scoring rate was at the fall of that wicket. And then the third wicket fell in the 26th over with the score at 76. So they were below that 3 runs and over. But now these two have really come out and certainly expressed themselves.
Yeah, I think we'll be looking for, we'll be looking to get as many as we can, but hopefully it'll be up around the 190 region. Still got 7 wickets in hand. England have got a number of players padded up, not sure who's going to be next. And we've got Emerson Jordan coming back, fine bowler. You said the far end was the Vaspert Drakesend.
Vaspert Drakesend.
He played here?
This is his club,
Wow.
the Pickwick Cricket Club. He's been a stalwart at this club from the time he left school, played for Pickwick, went off, as you know, played a lot of cricket in England, also in South Africa, where he would have picked up his coaching credentials, and he's come back and has done a lot of work locally, as this delivery is dug out by Gordon Lennox, but away towards backward square leg for a run. And even though Jordan has been bowling some good deliveries, but certainly the batsmen have been very equal to, defend their wicket as well too.
I think, yeah, I mean, most of the guys, obviously, well, all of the guys are used to playing club cricket, so they're used to guys bowling this pace, although
here's
most
Jordan.
60s can't bowl at this pace, so they're probably actually quite happy with the ball coming onto the bat.
A bit of a misfield here by Gibbons, coming off the long on boundary, and they will get the second run now. So Douglas now moves to 56. Gordon Lennox is on 43, and a total up to 155 for 3 in the 40th over. As Jordan continues from the Arthur Bethel end on the line of the leg stump, and flicked away through square leg. Runs here for Douglas. There's a fielder circling the boundary. That's Amin. They'll come back for the second run now. 2 more runs to Douglas, who's now 58, and a total 157 for 3 in over number 40.
I mean, very quick across the ground, but has to throw the ball in underarm like a lot of over 60s.
They're very much so.
It's the first thing to go.
Still surprises me that how quick he is.
Yep.
Also to the captain who's keeping wicket today, Roy Singh as well. Here is Jordan in again, bowls to Douglas. This one crept along the ground and goes through the batsman, through the keeper, and all the way to the ball. Actually got an inside edge. That's why I thought it might have defeated him and the keeper, but it got an inside edge past the keeper all along the ground. 4 runs, and Douglas now goes up to 62, and a total up to 161 for 3. So a target of maybe 180 or so. I'm looking now more and more reality here as the England Masters stage a very dramatic fight back here against the West Indies Masters after they struggling through the first half of their innings, but in this latter half, this pair has certainly shown the way, led the way, as Jordan bowls outside the off stump. There's an appeal from behind the stumps, but umpire Kevin Sisnet is even though young, he's got a old man's brain. So he's wily old fox. He wouldn't fall for that today, tomorrow, or next week. So the score kept at 161 for 3. Over as Jordan turns and makes his way in again now. Bowls to Douglas, who gets the delivery outside the off stump, and that will be signaled wide by the umpire. Maybe just trying to keep the batsman pinned at that far end, but just strain in the whiff. And so the score remains at. So the score goes up now to 162 for 3. 1 ball remains in over number 40. So that scoring rate has just climbed above 4 runs and over. At one stage it was below that. As Jordan bowls now a fullish length, and Douglas drives to the mid-off region where Husbands comes around to his right and plays a bit of football to keep it from going any further. Just 1 run there for Douglas, who's now on 63. 43 to Gordon Lennox. And after 40 overs, the England Masters, who were put in by the West Indies Masters, they're 163 for 3. and we'll have more comments, and then it will be Wayne Holder to continue to the end of the innings.
Another decent over for England. These two have really picked it up. Edward Gordon-Lennox driving the ball, running between the wickets really well. Monty Douglas showing the power, punching the ball off the back foot. And we've got 5 overs to go. Crucial part of the game. England will be looking for at least a run a ball from the next 5 overs. Fielders beginning to look a little tired. Weather conditions have much improved from a couple of hours ago, and we're in for a real treat in these next 5 overs.
Well, a tremendous partnership it has been between Edward Gordon Lennox and Monty Douglas. I was here trying to do a calculation with the right figures of the current partnership. I don't know if Arminta would be able to furnish me with the information on the partnership between these two.
Actually, these two have one other thing in common. Monty Douglas is actually Monty Lennox Douglas.
Okay, and then there is... So Gordon Lennox is a double barrel name?
It is, yep. It's actually Edward Charles Gordon Lennox.
All first names.
Military man, ex-military man.
So it will be... Is this Zamin Amin to continue the bowling? Zamin Allen, 5 overs for 19 runs with a wicket before this. And the first delivery is through outside the off stump and through to the keeper. Bowling with a third man backward point. Cover long off, long on. Mid-wicket at the edge of the circle, deep mid-wicket, and then a man at deep forward square as Monty is again searching for a delivery outside the off stump and not making contact. The bail's whipped off by wicket-keeper Roy Singh. So as when we were last on, Kev, you had mentioned short ball cut, hard diving effort. Ball is going to get close to the boundary at deep backward point. Boyd comes around, pulls it back just about a meter inside the rope, and the batsmen come back for a third run. England up to 166. 166 for 3. But yes, Kev, we were saying that Monty Douglas had not been having a great time of it in the tournament up to this stage, and I remember mentioning that today would have been as good a time to really come good, and so has he.
It's another misfield there by Prem, and it's going to be another 3.
Got in a tangle there with his footwork, Prem. I think he intended to stop that ball with his foot. And then he got both of his feet seemed to get stuck under him. And he went tumbling to the ground.
He went down in stages there.
In increments.
Yes. So 2 3s on the trot. So these batsmen will be, yes, they're just going for a little chat
well,
now.
Of course.
Probably saying to each other, no more 3s.
Steaming sunshine too here at the Foursquare Oval. Just let's remember, temperature somewhere high up in got to be into the 30s now. And this pair has done exceptionally well, though, we must say, with Douglas on 66 facing up. Cuts this one in the air and caught. Well taken by Jefferson Gibbons, possibly the best fielder on the West Indies side, and he picked the man out. Short delivery, looking for the cut. A bit of extra bounce, I thought, there from Amin, and the ball going above the head of Jefferson Phillips, who hauled it down with 2 hands. Monty Douglas comes back after a exceptionally good knock that really revived the England innings and have set them on their way.
Yeah, good catch. Douglas going back to cut. Just got a bit of a top edge to it. But a fine innings. He should be pleased with his effort there. And Chris Dearden, nicknamed Noddy, going into the wicket now for these final 4 and a bit overs. But well played, Monty Douglas. Coming off the field really slowly, but off to a tremendous reception. Raises his bat. Well played, Monty.
Well, yes, very much so. Let's pause. Deserves every bit of the applause that he got here. Monty Douglas falling to a catch caught by Jefferson Gibbons off Zamin Allen for 66. He faced some 85 deliveries and he struck 5 fours. And England now, after 40 overs and 5 balls, 169 for 4. That partnership worth 92? 92 actually was the partnership. As the new batsman Chris Dearden off the mark immediately with a single off the final delivery of the 41st over. 170 now it is for the loss of 4 wickets. England invited to bat, but that partnership, though, I think deserves special mention, Kev.
Yeah, they came in when we needed to keep the scoreboard, start getting the scoreboard moving. They played fairly cautiously to start with, and then all of a sudden some of the big shots came out, some big drives. Monty Douglas very quick on the short ball, pulling through mid-wicket, and both of them have done a really good job. But we've got another really key 4 overs here. Chris Dearden come to the wicket. Very experienced player for Lancashire. He's played with a lot of top West Indian pros. Joel Garner, for example, has been a clubmate of Chris. And we need a good last 4 overs here.
Well, he's facing up to Emerson Jordan. And pitching up and hit powerfully down the ground. The man from Midon, who is about 2/3 the way back to the boundary, comes around and fields. But Emerson Jordan coming in for a bit of punishment today. 7 overs for 38 runs before this. He would not have known of such resistance before today in the tournament.
Yeah, I think some of the batsmen have, after the first couple of overs, have enjoyed the ball coming onto the bat from the bowler with that little bit of extra pace.
Here he is again, Jordan, and pitching up Gordon Lennox, driving, expansive shot down to the fielder at long off and gets a single. But he has also played a very crucial part, Edward Gordon Lennox, and has looked in very, very good touch the minute he came to the wicket.
Yeah, good all-round sportsman. Edward, as we've said before, played multitude of sports.
And guys, this one into the all side does Dearden, and picking up a single, going with the shot, and picking up a single. So Emerson Jordan, wicketless today. And he would have conceded some 38 runs off his 7 overs before this one. Now 41 runs, halfway in his 8th over. And England up to 173 for 4. Over number 42 as Jordan is outside the all stump, driven hard out towards that man at long off. The batsmen are going to come back for the second run because of the fact that Gordon Lennox not able to time it as well, and the fielder at long off having to come in to the ball, taking advantage and coming back for a second run. It goes up to 175 for 4.
Good running between the wicket. The boundaries are very big here. Unless it goes straight and quick to the fielder on the boundary, there is definitely 2.
Another drive into the offside. So Jordan has been rather full of length in this over. This is indeed his 8th over. So under the 42nd of the inning. So the ball was not as hard as it might have been in the early stages. And feeling the effects of the conditions here, Emerson Jordan, right arm outside the off stump, a wide delivery as Dearden goes reaching for it. But I think what may have been the case there is that Dearden batting probably
looking to give himself a bit of room and not getting the
outside the leg stump.
Yeah.
So that brings us to the end of over number 42. And England scorecard looking a lot healthier than it might have earlier. 170 5 it is for 4 after 42 overs. So with 3 overs left, Kev, I guess we should assume that the target for England would be to get to 200.
Yeah, sure. I think 190 would be it'll be a competitive score. A couple of batsmen will have to get in for the West Indies, and it'll give us a chance. So we should be in for a great game here.
I remember us suggesting that 150 might have been a workable total when England were going through their early troubles. As Gordon Lennox striking this one down to long on. They're going to come back for the second run after some hesitation. The return is a rather weak one from Sushan on the long on boundary. And Dearden makes it into his crease. But the loud applause that you hear is for the greeting of a half century to Gordon Lennox. 51 he has scored so far of 43 balls, striking some 3 fours and a 6. Excellent innings.
Yeah, excellent innings from Ed. Gloucestershire man, all-rounder, useful bowler, decent fielder, mainly a batsman, and he's been very powerful. Hit the ball as hard as anybody today.
Well into the death overs now as England foot down on the accelerator. Short delivery, pulled away wide of long on. They're going to come back for a second run quite easily. The field well spread at this juncture as expected. On the onside field, just the one man inside the circle. Other than that, there's a long on, deep mid-wicket and deep forward square. The offside field with 2 fielders back, long off and deep cover. As Amin is angling this one in with the arm, darting that delivery in. And Gordon Lennox coming onto the front foot. Must have gotten a bit of butt onto that because there is no signal from the umpire. So one more to him. He goes up. Gordon Lennox to 54. The total to 180 for 4. And it brings Chris Dearden back on strike. Dearden on 3. Just the 4 deliveries he has faced. Zamin Amin, left arm around the wicket to Dearden. Dearden looks to hoik this one down the round. Gets it off the bottom of the bat and down to long on. And Gordon Lennox, who has looked very, very fit, has been able to come back for that second run easily too for the second run. I've heard a shot described as a pull drive. If ever there was one, we just saw it there from
Dearden. That was a pull drive. I'm a bit of a specialist with the slip drive, personally.
Drive it down into the slips. Here is Amin, short, outside the all stump, smashed away into the gap at deep cover. Fielder comes around to his right, tries to intercept with his foot, unsuccessfully so. Over the rope it goes. 4 more runs. The runs beginning to flow now for England as we go deeper into their innings.
Obviously, Fielder's getting a little bit weary now. That should have been stopped. I don't think he'll be going for any trials with Manchester United soon.
Not only with Manchester United and no United.
Southend United, maybe.
But 4 more runs to Dearden. Up to 9, 186 for 4. We've still got this ball and then 2 overs to come as this one is outside the leg stump looking for that sweep shot. Is Dearden. The ball striking the pad of the keeper. Umpire Adams walks away to his position at square leg. And after some 43 overs, England 186 for 4. And, well, this slog is definitely on.
Yep. Tony Roach just going out to give Chris and Edward another well-deserved drink. They've been scampering up and down the last couple of overs. The 190 that I mentioned a few overs ago is definitely on now, hopefully 200. And so we're going to be in for a great second half here.
Let's run through the scorecard. Richard Merriman, LBW to Rodney Husbands for 30. Martin Watkin went very early, caught by George Harris off Boyk for no score. Neil Brathwaite was caught by Singh, the keeper, off Zamin Amin for 19. Monty Douglas was caught by Gibbons off Zamin Amin for 66. Those have been the batsmen dismissed. And Australia 272 for 6 from their 45 overs. while in the invitational 11, 4 for 1 in reply. This is, of course, in one of the other games being played at Derris Road at the Wanderers Club. And over just below us here at the BNOC ground, the USA all out of 45 overs for 150, the rest of the world requiring 151 to win. Here, Emerson Jordan bowls his final over, the penultimate one of the innings, and his first delivery is pitched up outside the off stump. Looking for that big drive is Gordon Lennox. Doesn't make contact through to keeper Singh. West Indies looking to limit any the damage from here on in.
Yeah, good ball that. Sort of Yorker length, just wide of the off stump. Using all his experience and skill. Field is well spread out. There's a single everywhere. The 4 inside the ring are all out on the edge of the ring. Ooh, now come on. What is that about? I'm not happy with that.
I'm sure your thoughts go back to Monday at the BNOC ground. But you would not have known of that.
We all know about that. That's the word spread.
Well, okay, the word gets around.
I was talking to our colleague, and we both agreed to disagree. But for me, that's not part of the game. Not unless the batsman is well advancing down the crease and he's well out of his crease. That's not part of the game.
Well,
but we agreed to disagree.
Well, personally, it's not something that I would do, to be honest with you, but I could appreciate that the fact of the matter, it being part of the rules of the game. And if a player so chooses, that is his choice. Driven by Gordon Lennox up to long off, and the batsman opting to stay on one. That ball traveling a long way down to long off, and Boyd, not with a strong arm, gets it in on the underarm quite well.
Went to him really quickly, which was why it was a bit harder to get a 2 there.
So he has actually now chosen to come away off the rope at long off, some 15, 20 meters inside the rope. Long boundaries here at Foursquare as Jordan is interdeered in and bowls a wide delivery outside the off stump. Umpire Cisnet doesn't react in any way. And again, from our position here, Kev, we are not able to see the line down the track, so no idea as to where that ball would have been lined up.
Chris is a short guy, so he's not got much reach, so he probably felt that was too wide for him, but that's down on the leg stump, squirted away for a single.
Much straighter delivery this time. Looking for that Yorker was Jordan, and Deer then gets into double figures. He's up to 10 and 190, so Euro 190 has been achieved with some 7 legal deliveries left.
Shall we declare now then, as we've got the 190?
That was your winning score. Outside the all stump, slashed away down to long on. Nice bounce into the hands of Jefferson Gibbons, and he has one of the stronger arms in the entire tournament, I would want to suggest. And the batsman can get no more than one. The one at the end of over number 44, 1 over left. England 191 for 4.
Yeah, only a single there, but it means that Edward Gordon-Lennox is on strike for the last over, and this will be an important over. Always good if you can go into tea or lunch with a good over, and if we can get 8 or 9 off this over, I'm sure we're pleased with that. I think it's going to be Amin to bowl, who uses his different slower balls, quicker balls, pushes one through. So it'll be difficult, but probably got the easier boundary to aim for straight here. I'm sure Edward will be looking to hit this ball straight back over his head.
7 overs for 39 runs with 2 wickets. Zamin Amin bowling the final over, and bowls a delivery out on the pads. Looking to work it into the onside is Gordon Lennox. Not making contact. I think the ball striking the pad. Chris Dearden is quite keen to come through for a single.
Yeah, we missed out a little bit there. That was a full toss, I think.
Full delivery. Here he is again. This one is a bit shorter and keeping a bit low. I think the batsman Gordon Lennox guilty of playing a tad too early.
Yeah, good change of pace there. I think it was a slower ball and just stuck in the pitch a little bit, and he was through with his shot far too early.
So 2 dots to start the final over from Amin as Gordon Douglas is hitting this one out to deep cover. Are they going to come back for the second run? Yes, they will. The return from the deep is underarmed. And can't. It's Tony Boyk there on the deep cover boundary, sweeping on the offside. So 193 for 4. And smashed away into the outside. Is going to go well into the deep to Bruce at long off. Doesn't feel cleanly. And whether they had intentions of trying to force a second run, it becomes quite an easier option. And they come back, trot back easily for 2. So 2 more to Gordon Lennox. He's up to 62.
5 needed for 200.
And 195. Hit down the ground, up to Bruce again. This time he feels it cleanly, and the batsmen are already settling for the 1. So 1 delivery left. 1 strike away from 200. 196 for 4. Zamin Amin to Chris Dearden, and Dearden is getting a short delivery, pulling it into the onside. They are going to come back for the second run as the fielder George Harris has to come almost half of the way in from that deep mid-wicket position. 2 runs off the final delivery. England close at 198 for 4 from their 45 overs after being invited to bat by West Indies in this crucial final preliminary round game against the West Indies. 198 for 4. Edward Gordon Lennox left not out on 23. Chris Dearden on 12. How satisfied are you with this total, Kevin Grant?
Yeah, well, I think we're pleased with that. I mean, the first 15 overs we struggled. I think we were probably only on about 20-25 after 15 overs. So to get 196, we're pleased with that. The outfield's a bit quicker here today than in previous games. So whereas 160 was probably a good score here last week, I think sort of 190 is more par. So I think it's game on. I think it's game on.
Well, yes, the West Indies will have their work cut out, but West Indies with the quality players who are on their best day could be seen as up to the task of being able to score 245 overs, and it's not a done deal as far as the England bowlers and fielders are concerned.
Not at all. Terrific round of applause for Edward Gordon Lennox here for a fantastic knock. But what we are going to have in the second half is we're going to have a game. And, at the end of the day, that's what we all want to see. We want to see a competitive game between teams of relatively equal merit. And, we're going to probably have a break now. And I just get everybody tune in again in about half an hour's time, because we're going to be in for a terrific second half. Come on, England.
So welcome back here to Foursquare Oval in sunny St. Philip, Barbados. We're about to have a resumption of play with the West Indies Masters to chase 199 for victory. A victory that will put them in the final of this big man over 60s Caribbean Cup cricket tournament. Final play to be played on Friday at the iconic Kensington Oval here in Bridgetown, Barbados. And from the looks of it, it will be Australia, and the winner of this game will meet in that final. Well, that should be a bit of a cracker. Whichever way it goes, whether it be the West Indians or the English, I could tell you, it will be the over 60s Ashes, or it will be the over 60s Frank Worrell Trophy. Whichever one you want to consider it. Either way, it'll certainly be a firecracker.
I'm happy that you found somehow a comparison.
Very,
quite right.
very much so. It will be Rupert Staple who will start it off for the England Masters. He's going to bowl into the left-handed George Harris. Delivery which is outside the line of the off stump, looking for the cut shot, making no contact and taken by the keeper. Opening for the West Indies Masters, George Harris, the top scorer in the tournament so far, 197 runs, and Dayton Chapman. Here is Staple bowling to Harris, a delivery of a fullish length, and Harris forces it back up along the pitch, and the bowler will field, and there is no run. Harris, told you the leading run score before today, 197. Remember, he got the only 100 so far in the tournament. As Staple bowls to him now, he's back and slaps his delivery out towards cover, but straight to the field and no run. Two slips, third man, point, mid off, mid on, straightish mid wicket, and a backward square leg. That's the field for Staple, bowling from the Arthur Bethel to the left-handed George Harris outside the line of the off stump. No shot offered, taken by the keeper, and it remains not for naught. No runs for no wicket, as the West Indies chase a pretty competitive target of 199. Here is Staple outside the off stump, and a wide now signal by the umpire Sisnet, and that will get the West Indies Masters on the way. And now one without loss in the first over. And Harris will be looking to inch over that 200 run mark as Staple bowls him now. Another wide outside the off stump. Harris looking to go after it. No contact, but another extra to the West Indian effort. So that takes it up now to 2 without loss. We're in over number 1. The target 199. That's the magic number for the West Indies Masters. As Staple turns and makes his way in again now to bowl to the left-handed Harris, who's on to the front foot and allowing that ball to go by outside the off stump and into the gloves of the keeper. No run. So a very decent start from Staple. A couple of wides. Apart from that, he's been pretty much on song as he's in again now and bowls and pitched up, and Harris looking for the drive. Ball and probably just drove over the top of it and into the gloves, into the pads of the keeper. Didn't go too far. End of the over, just 2 wides from it, but the West Indies Masters on their way, 2 without loss, chasing 199.
Yes, Adriel. Staple is disciplined in his first over. Wide of the off stump, to the extent that he actually bowled 2 wides, but he's consistently outside of that off stump. And George Harris has been flashing at, but not connecting. So that is a good start. 2 runs in that over, and 2 runs are extras. The bowler from the other end,
Deakins is the new bowler from the far end. So that is Phil Deakin. And he'll pick it up from the Vaspert Drake side of the ground. As the West Indies Masters continue to chase this big target. They're hoping that Jackman can give them a good start here. Not opening with Lawrence today, Harris. Opening with Jackman as he waits for Deakin. Left arm spinner bowling, and Jackman is forward, turning the ball out towards square leg. Can't get a run. And it remains at 2 without loss. And the shout from the pavilion, we need singles, guys. And you need to keep the scoreboard ticking. And somewhere down the line, hopefully, maybe someone comes to play as a blinder and get you over the line. Here's Deakin bowling a short ball, and Jackman is on to the front foot and drives it through the offside. But straight to the fielder. So he hasn't found his range yet, Jackman. There's a slip, backward point. There's a cover. There's a short extra cover. There's an extra cover. There's a mid-off, mid-on, straight mid wicket, and a backward square leg. Delivery down the leg side, a wide signal now by the umpire. And that will take the West Indies Masters up to 3 without loss. So far, they've got 3 runs, and all 3 are wides.
Started. The innings have started.
Well, yes, it started. And here's Deakin, left arm spinner, bowling around the wicket now to Jackman, who's bowled. Deceived by a good delivery from Deakin, given some ear, and maybe just the arm ball, because Jackman initially looked like he was going to leave it alone, and then maybe at the last minute saw it trailing back towards his stumps, and then tried to maybe keep it out. And he's bowled perhaps off the inside edge too. And so the West Indies Masters suffer an early setback with Dighton Jackman going bowled by Deakin without scoring. And it's a 3-for-1 in the second over. But also you'd also have to say that Wilbur Bruce is someone who also opened the batting for Carlton Cricket Club here in Barbados for a number of years. Formed a very reliable partnership with the former Barbados under 19 opener Chris King, and so coming out this early will not be too much of a challenge for him. He knows how it goes sometimes, coming out to face a hard new ball, and he'll be hoping that he can put his best foot forward today and help set a goodish foundation for the West Indies Masters to chase their target of 199. Here's Deakin as a aircraft ascends from Grantley Adams, bowls to Bruce's onto the front foot and plays defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Score remains at 3-for-1 in over number 2. Just remind you that also that the England Masters lost their first wicket in the in the second over, and they had no runs on the board at that stage. As Bruce is forward playing defensively into the onside, and there's no run. So the score remains at 3-for-1. As Deakin will continue. Left arm spinner around the wicket, bowling to Bruce, who is getting delivered down the leg side. A wide signal by the umpire. That will take the total up now to 4-for-1. So, well, they've got 4 on the board, the West Indies Masters, and all 4 wides. So the England Masters not doing themselves many favors so far. Here is Deakin bowling to Bruce, who's onto the front foot and stylishly plays into the offside. No run. end of the over. At the end of it, the West Indies Masters chasing 199. They are 4 for 1 after 2 overs. Here is Staple outside the off stump and into the gloves of the keeper. So Staple continues to keep it tight. Looks very fit and trim. Rupert Staple, for a man of his age. You yourself hardly look fit and trim. A little bit shame, but then again, you were in a paramilitary service. As this one, Harris drives, peels off the outside edge, and the fielder at slip got a hand to it but couldn't hold on. It runs away towards third man. They'll come back for 2 runs, and that will take Harris. That will get Harris off the mark, and will get the West Indies Masters their first runs off the bat. So it's now 6 for 1. I think the fielder at slip would have been the batting hero, Gordon Lennox. That's what it looks like. So it has some pair of binoculars here now. Oh, or score Amelia has them. I was just about to use it to see if it was Gordon Lennox. Delivery from Staple, coming off the pad and going behind the stumps. No run for Harris. 6 for 1 it is. You just lost the brilliance of the sunshine here at the Foursquare Oval, right next door to the the Rum Factory. As we watch Staple bowling out to the left-handed Harris, who's forward and opening the face of the bat and was really reaching for a delivery outside the off stump, but steers away towards third man. Will get a single. He will go now to 3 and a total up to 7 for 1 in the third over. So it wasn't actually Lennox, it was who had dropped that catch. Try to pick it up for who the player is in a moment. So far, Staple and Deacon have been quite tidy, except for they're coming away a couple wise, but they've been pretty much tidy. So haven't allowed the West Indies Masters to get off to a flourishing start. They've just been pegged back just a bit. As Staple is in now, bows to Bruce, who hits this one uppishly through mid-wicket. Lovely shot by Bruce. He'll get 2 runs. They're going to perhaps get 3 as the ball runs very close to the boundary, and they'll pick it just inside by Gordon Lennox, and the batsman come back for 3. So a good shot to get off the mark there by Wilbur Bruce. So both batsmen on 3, and in the third over, it's 10 for 1. You know, that's one of Wilbur Bruce's favourite shots. I watched him many a time playing for Carrollton and play that lovely little shot off the legs. Very productive shot for him. Staple bowls now to Harris, who's forward and pushing hard at the ball, reaching for it, and the ball sliding off the face of the bat out towards backward point. No run. The end of the over. 3 overs gone. 10 for 1 it is. The West Indies Masters chasing 199.
Yes, what do you have?
And Bruce, a kind of player that plays pretty much very, very, very upright. He is, and he's very upright in his stance as he taps away and waits. Now as Deacon bows him now down the leg side. Another wide now will be signaled by the umpire. So we got 4 wides in the inning so far. Is it? and the total now up to 11 for 1. 5 wides. So both batsmen on 3. We've got 5 wides. Here is Deakin in again now to bowl to Bruce, who drives over the top of Whitish mid-off and now run away to the boundary for 4 runs. That's the Will Bruce we know. Delivery given a bit of air outside the off stump, and Bruce loosened the shackles of that boundary. He's now up to 7 and the total up to 15 for 1.
Yes, Woody.
Bruce among those who play domestic in this group who do play domestic cricket here in Barbados. He still plays. I think he plays for Dover Cricket Club. Short ball, and he's onto the bat foot and chops this one away through squarish cover. The fielder moving around to his left smartly and sticks out the left paw and able to paw it in and prevent going too far. So he's just got to run, Bruce, to go up now to 8 and take the West Indies Masters total up to 16 for 1 in over number 4. Field adjusts for the left-handed Harris. We've now got a fielder in at got a slip. We've got a cover point, extra cover, a short cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket. Mid-wicket looks like, and a short fine leg. That seems to be the field. As Deakin, the left-arm spinner, continues around the wicket, bowling out to the left-handed Harris, who drives into the offside, out towards the extra cover, will get the run. So he's now up to 4, and total up now to 17 for 1 in over number 4. And just to let you know that he's now gone past 200 runs for the tournament. He started the day with 197, so he's now up to 201. As you watch now, as Deakin, the left arm spinner, bowls to Bruce, who's back and looks to cut, gets a top edge, thickish top edge to away to third man. And even a slide do we see here now from the fielder running around from backward point. They'll get 2, and that will take Bruce now up to 10. So he's at double figures. It's now 19 for 1. We saw a slide as well here, Hartley.
Well, Woody, it's international cricket.
Oh, if you say that.
Lush outfield.
Well, here is Deakin bowling to Bruce, who's looking for the drive, almost Yorking himself, and just the ball coming off maybe a thickish inside edge, goes out towards backward square. Sun comes back out here at Foursquare Oval. But you saw a slide. I'm fascinated, Hartley. Here is Deakin as Amelia looks at me curiously outside the off step from Bruce. Taken by the keeper. The end of the over. It's 19 for 1. 4 overs gone. I must tell you, some of these guys have really impressed me with their agility and their mobility, because I could tell you, Hartley, I'd be praying and begging God to allow me to get to some of the aches and pains I have to ease for me to come and play some over 40s cricket.
Well, I'll tell you, I am impressed with them. Seeing that I'm older than most of them out there, and to see how they are moving around. They are actually sprinting sometimes.
Yes,
and
yes.
Agility, and it's something I'm very pleased to see. I'm happy what I'm seeing.
Definitely. And if you look at even someone he's just a physical specimen in the sense of Emerson Jordan can still get knots onto the ball at his age. It still suggests to me,
He's just one of those lucky persons that his mechanics are right.
Correct.
He started from early and he goes well.
So here's Staple now bowling to Harris, who's looking to cut this one away, but too close to him and gets a thickish bottom edge, and the ball goes bouncing behind the stumps to the slip fielder. 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off. Harris looking to steers this one away, but just short of the fielder in that second slip. He's got to be very careful here. Staple bowling a good line, goodish length, and Harris Left-hander, left-handers like the ball going across them, and that's their favorite area. The cut shot is always one that they favor as well too. Staple balls to Harris now, who's edging, and he's caught that slip. Well, you know that this was probably on the cards because Staple kept going across him, kept keeping it close to him, and Harris looking for that big cut shot, got the edge, the ball flew to first slip, and the West Indies Masters lose their second wicket, an important wicket too. The top scorer in the tournament so far, George Harris, being caught by Deakin off the bowling of Staple for, let's see how much he scored. Harris, he scored, just trying to get it here on the screen, scored 4. And it's now 19 for 2.
He never looked settled. George never looked settled today. And because he was missing so many balls, this one he saw a bit closer to him. And he went for an expansive drive. And just broke the edge and went straight into the breadbasket of the first slip. He didn't have to move. And he just was not comfortable to me. I suppose the total of 198 appears daunting to him, and he believes that he had to bat out of character because he would have scored a good century the last time batting when the West Indies were in trouble. So he couldn't be too expansive in his short player. But this time he just was aggressive at almost every ball, cutting out the balls and hitting it into this pitch. So it is not surprising that he has given his wicket away because he would have to go and regroup and come again if they get to the finals.
And that's a big if. This 198 would be a very challenging total, very competitive total at this level of the game. And now the new batsman is Jefferson Gibbons.
This pair would have done well in the last game when they played Australia. So they hope that they can have a similar partnership between Gibbons and Bruce.
But they'll need them to perhaps take them very deep into the innings. Maybe as much as deep as perhaps the 30th over or so. Because if they get him, if Gibbons goes early, that puts a lot of pressure on the remaining batting. Because Gibbons is another player who's still very active in club cricket in Barbados.
Yes, he
plays
is.
for North Stars in the intermediate division, and Bruce, I know, still plays as well too. So these two will want to definitely knuckle down and try to put some runs on the board. Here is Gibbons. They're going to swing into the leg side. Delivery from Staple. And there's no run coming off the pad.
Well, as you have identified, they are both active over 60s, playing every Saturday. So there isn't much rust on them.
No. Season finish around November. Maybe that might be it. But not a lot of rust, as one of your former colleagues comes, Norman Puckering, former police batsman, and
Level 3 coach from England.
Yes, and he has just come in. Also a fella that could give it a good whack too, as Gibbons comes onto the front foot and strokes it through mid-wicket. There's going to be some runs here. Just one. It really should have been two, but there was a bit of indecision because Bruce wasn't sure that the ball would have gotten past the fielder in at mid-wicket, and in the end it did, and the fielder had to shadow it, and then they only got the single run. So Bruce now moves up. Gibbons goes off the mark. He's on 1. Bruce is on 10. It's 20 for 2. As Staple bowls to Bruce now, is forward and steers the ball away at the backward point. The underarm return comes in, but Gibbons is safely home. And you can see that they're still trying to work out the running between the wickets, these two.
Can you imagine the ball before that, well out in the outfield, and they only got one because they were hesitant to the second. That sharp one at virtually point. And both of them scampered and made good their respective creases. So this is how cricket is played. Sometimes you go into a lapse, cannot identify a single, and then sometimes they take these sharp ones.
Definitely. So we've got 5 overs gone. It's 21 for 2. The West Indies Masters losing. Dyson Chapman bowled by Deakin without scoring, and George Harris caught by Deakin in a slip off the bowling of Staple for 4. And they're 21 for 2, so 5 overs gone. Let's have a comparison between the two. After 5 overs, England were only 9 for 1, so they were scoring rather slowly, but they had 1 wicket in hand. And then we know that they struggled up to probably the 25th over. The 25th over, and then those very explosive innings from the pair of Douglas and Gordon Lennox. Start of a new over from Deakin. The first ball played into the onside by Bruce, and it's kept on 21 for 2 in over number 6. So West Indies Masters really don't have to panic. Here is Deakin bowling to Bruce, who's looking to drive through the offside, but gets a thickish inside edge, and the ball goes rolling out towards the field at mid-on, and there's no run. Slip, backward point. There's a field on the cover boundary. There's also an extra cover. There's a widish mid-off, then a long off, as Deakin bowls to Bruce down the leg side and swept around by Bruce down towards the long leg boundary, and that'll be 4 runs. Wayward delivery from Deakin, and Bruce able to again get some freedom, loose the shackles, and gets the boundary down to 5 leg. He's now up to 15, and a total 25 for 2 in over number 6.
Yes, that's a gift, and he didn't turn his back on it at all. He swept that ball on full control. So, but Bruce has always been a good onside player. He was always a good onside player. So he's just continuing.
Definitely. Here is Deakin. It's giving this one some ear, and Bruce is back looking for the cut shot. He's got to be careful. A dangerous stroke on that occasion. Got to remember that Chapman similarly attempted a shot and maybe just deceived by the arm ball from Deakin. Here he is, Deakin from the Drake's End bowling, and Bruce drives a lovely shot through extra cover. That will be 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot all along the carpet. Delivery, giving us some air outside the off stump, and Bruce latched on to that one and smashed it away through extra cover for 4. So he now moves up to 19 and a total up to 29 for 2. We're in over number 6.
Yes, that's a shot that you would pay to see go back out and come back in the game. That had everything was ready.
But that's with Bruce for you. That's another. You talk about he favors the leg side, but through the offside, that is also a shot that has become synonymous with him. That big, lovely cover drive through extra cover drive, through along the carpet. As I said, I spent a lot of time around Carlton Cricket Club and covering them, and I know Wilbur pretty well. Here is Deakin bowling to him now on the line of the leg stump, and again helped around the corner, running away towards the boundary. The fielder giving chase. This one may not have the legs to go all the way into the boundary, but the batsman will come back for the second run as the return comes in from the fielder.
Bruce is looking at his hamstring.
Yes.
Been a bit tight there.
So 2 more runs to him now. He's on the 21, and a total up to 31 for 2 after 6 overs.
This would be if he is hampered by that inability of his right leg, that hamstring. If it starts to give him problems, that will cause him some difficulty in going fully forward. So we have to wait and see if he's just got a little niggle and he's carrying it, or if he has actually, but the way how he looks, it's actually affecting him.
Or it could, you say it may be a hamstring, could easily be a bit of cramp too.
I think, but the best thing would be happy if it's only cramp.
Yes, definitely.
That could be worked on.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, it seems to be moving a little bit freer now, Will Bruce. As Staple continues, as he's moving in, bowling to Gibbons, who's onto the front foot and strokes this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Gibbons there on 1, Bruce on 21, 31 for 2 in over number 7. Rupert Staple from the Arthur Bethlehem bowls to Gibbons, who flicks about straight to the field and in and out. It's been put down by the fielder in at mid-wicket. It was a straightforward chance, but he couldn't hold on, and so Phillips, the fielder there, and not able to hold on. So here is Staple bowling, and Gibbons looking to swing from outside the off stump, makes no contact. The instructions come in from the pavilion. So Gibbons just to settle down a little bit. You can hear it now. Staying back. Here is Staple in now. Bowls to Gibbons is onto the back foot. Plays the ball away towards mid-wicket. Out to Phillips, who is there. And there's no run. Score remains at 31 for 2 in over number 7. Staple with the headband turns and makes a swing again now. Bowls and Gibbons onto the front foot. Strokes it up towards mid-on. Not fielded cleanly there by Gordon Lennox. The ball got a bad bounce and the ball diverts away. And he will allow them to get the run. That will take Gibbons on to 2. And the total up to 32 for 2 in over number 7. Bruce still seems to be hampered by that leg injury, as he waits now for Staple, and he's looking to flick it into the onside, wrapped on the pad. Appeal for leg before decision, not out, says the umpire, and that's the end of the over. The end of the 7th over. At the end of it, it's 32 for 2. The West Indies Masters chasing 199 with Staple bowling 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 11, and Deakin 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21.
That over saw Gibbons quite fortunate because Phillips didn't. The ball didn't ask him many questions. It went straight into his hand. He didn't have to move, and he spilled it. So Gibbons was quite fortunate there. But what has happened now is that Bruce has signaled to the pavilion for some medical attention or for someone to come in and replace him, because
so that
obvious that the injury is greater than we thought.
Yeah, so it's not just a bit of cramp. It's maybe perhaps a little bit more serious. Maybe it is a hamstring pull, and so that will certainly hamper, or no, that will hamstring the West Indies Masters. It's now 32 for 2, 7 overs gone, and Bruce will retire hurt on 21, and it will be Richard Suchan who will be the new batsman. And Suchan has got some ability to bat. He approached me before the start of play, and we were discussing that when he played against the powerful Barbados teams of the 1990s that included the likes of Joel Garner and Malcolm Marshall and that crowd, and some fine innings he played for Trinidad and Tobago against the Barbados national team, and it was a useful medium pacer. And Richard Suchan.
Runs against West Barbados.
But not big runs, not massive runs.
You did say he faced them.
That's right. Yeah.
He
He made runs. There was a game he made about 45 and helped the Trinidad team put up a decent total, but they still got beaten. But then there was a one-day game. I think we got 4 wickets and really had him in some trouble. So here's Dearden, Chris Dearden. He's the new bowler replacing replacing Deacon. Deacon 3 overs, no bidders, 1 for 21. So Dearden replacing him at the Vaspert Drake's end. It's 32 for 2, being over number 8. Here he is now. Bowls. This one giving some ear outside the off stump. A wide will be signaled by the umpire. So another extra takes the total up to 33 for 2, being over number 8. As Dearden comes in again, bowls to Gibbons, is onto the back foot and looking to force the ball away, but straight to the fielder and can't score. He's got to have to wait on it. It's very slow, bowling very slow through the air. Here he is now, giving some air, and Gibbons is forward and smothering the spin if there's much, and ball taking the face of the batter, running behind the stumps, and there's no run. It's the kind of bowling that will get West Indian batsmen in trouble. Here he is, Dearden, bowling a little bit that's slightly flattered faster, and Gibbons equal to it, forcing it onto the offside, can't score. The ball going straight to the fielder, and it remains at 33 for 2 in over number 8. West Indian batsman, when you put the ball in the air, delivery outside the off stump, left alone, and truth to be taken by the keeper. Now you gotta be very careful letting up my Chargers, because they let Philip Hackett one and haven't gotten it back yet. They may have to wrap him across the knuckles. Delivery that is from Dearden, that is swung away through mid wicket. There's some runs here for Gibbons. There'll be just one though, as the fielder comes in off the boundary and picks up and fires in the return. So Gibbons now up to 3. Suchan is yet to score, and after 8 overs, the West Indies Masters chasing 199 for victory. They're 34 for 2.
The type of deliveries that he is offering, you quite rightly say, would give Barbadian batters for sure a problem, because Barbadians believe that is bad bowling, and they would want to knock it out of the park. The problem, that ball is looping so slowly that unless you move your feet and catch it on the volley or on the full, once you let it pitch, it will give you problems. So they have to try to work out now how they are going to approach, because he is the only person I would have seen bowling like that in recent time was Leslie Rifford from Police. He used to just toss it up and entice you to give it your hand, which many batters did.
Well, Staple, it looks like will continue, so he's into a fairly long spell so far. 4 overs limit is 1 for 11 before this. This will be his 5th over. And Dearden has bowled just the 1 over that has cost 2 runs. And Deacon 3 overs for 1 for 21. So lots of field, trying to get the field placements right here. The England Masters, they've got, let's take a look. They've got a slip, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, a fielder in the corner. There's also a backward square leg and a deep fine leg. That's the field as Staple it will be to bowl to Gibbons, who's back and plays a cut shot. Nice looking cut shot, but the fielder in at squarish cover got a hand to it, made a tumbling stop, and just a single for Gibbons, who now goes up to 4 and a total up to 35 for 2 in over number 9. The field now shifts to accommodate the left-handed Suchan, who tends to start a bit slowly, but then once he gets in, he tends to play a few more strokes and be a little bit more expansive in his stroke play.
He has played some good innings, but as you quite rightly identified, his starting is not very attractive. But as he goes on, he makes runs.
Here's Staple bowling to him now. He's back and playing defensively into the offside. Stylish looking shot. And picked up by the fielder coming in from squarish cover, and there's no run. That fielder in that square cover, he looks as though he could pass him maybe a 30-year-old or 40-year-old. Very sharp. As Staple bowls to Suchan now. He's playing out towards backward point. Picked up again. Maybe put the binoculars on to see who that is. Butterworth it is. He's moving quite sprightly in the outfield. Staple now bowls to Suchan, who glides this one away down towards third man. There'll be some runs here for him, so he's off the mark. And the total now rolls up slowly to 36 for 2. Win over number 9 still. 2 balls remain. Will be Staple to continue. This cricket has attracted quite a few visitors, and come to support the England team. And let's see how they do. The magic number for the West Indies Masters, 199. Here is Staple bowling to Gibbons now, who is bowled. Look at the play to the onside, and just seem to just drag it into the stumps. And Gibbons is bowled by Staple for 4, and the West Indies Masters court danger here now, losing the 3rd wicket. Jefferson Gibbons bowled by Staple for 4. It's now 36 for 3 in over number 9.
Well, it's unfortunate. The shot was not an adverse shot. His head just went up in the air and he swung across it. And this is all due to the fact that Bruce appears to be going back out. Bruce came in, got some attention, some medical attention to that hamstring, and now it appears that he feels that he's good enough to resume his innings. So let us see what is going to happen.
So it may just have been truly some cramp, and he just needed to get a little bit of a break and then maybe a little bit of rehydration fluids into his system, and so he's probably eased.
I suggest that if it were only cramp, he should have beckoned the medical attention to come on the field, so he wouldn't have to lose that position. By coming off, Gibbons had to replace him. And he has a good 5 minutes in the break for medical attention, so he should have stayed there, got the attention on the field, because right now he himself now has to go out now and start all over again.
Well, he seems to be moving much freer than he was earlier, and they'll be hoping that he can fight through it and perhaps give some support here to Suchan, and that they can get the scoreboard moving in the right direction. But at the moment, under some pressure here, the West Indies Masters, 36 for 3, over number 9 in progress by Rupert Staple, who's now picked up his 2nd wicket, 2 for 13 so far, 4 overs and 5 balls. So 1 ball remains in his 5th over, the 9th of the innings. A long discussion between Staple and the captain. Captain just wants to be very meticulous with his field placings. Let's see. Now Staple is happy, and here he is now to move into bowl to Bruce, who is forward and playing. Going to play the ball into the onside. Ball coming off the pad. Staple bellows an appeal to the umpire, but umpire Sisnet's not having it. The end of over number 9. It's 36 for 3. The West Indies Masters chasing 199.
A successful over there for the English Masters, but Gibbons giving his hand away, and Bruce returning to the pitch to continue his innings, to resume his innings. So what we have to do, because they just have to wait and see now how it goes here with Suchan, left-hander, and Wilbur Bruce, right-handed. So we're hoping that the left and right combination will work. I see Harris has piled up, appears to be a runner.
Yeah, he'll probably go and be a runner for Bruce.
You still have runners in cricket?
For this cricket, don't forget we're dealing with Masters, so you'll have a lot of gentlemen who may very well need the assistance of their teammates.
Well, Well, it appears he's going out. So I see two umpires are getting ready to go now to consult. Now this is the fun because the two umpires now are going. Now they will have to peruse the playing conditions. But the use of a runner is no longer permitted in cricket. And I see umpire assistant go. Oh yes, well, have been discussed. Whatever they discussed to umpires, everything is going back to the same. So it is obvious now that the runners are allowed at this advanced age.
Yes, I think you have to. I think you'll have to make an exception to the rule, Hartley, at this stage, knowing full well that these guys, they're, even though they do try to prove that they're still young, age has caught up with them. First ball of a new over from Dearden is pushed into the offside by Suchan, and the score is 36 for 3. West Indies Masters chasing 199 for victory. Here is Dearden again. Around the wicket goes to Suchan, who plays a little bit lethargically, gets a thickish into the edge. As we said, starts a bit slowly, but once he warms up, stands to strike it well. He lets to swing this one behind square, gets a thickish bottom edge down towards the deep backward square region. Butterworth the fielder. So a single there now for Suchan, who's now up to 2. Bruce, who is battering for runners, on 21. And the total now rolls up to 37 for 3 in over number 10. Got 3 more deliveries remaining, and then it will be Wayne Holder who will come calling to partner you to the next phase.
What I can tell you is that we're going to look and see now if there's any confusion.
Bruce looking to swing into the leg side, makes no contact. Wide signal by the umpire. So the total now up to 38 for 3.
I confess to Woody that I was very happy when the use of runners was discontinued.
Bruce is onto the back foot and cuts it straight to the fielder. That's Butterworth again in the way. No run. Yes, but now we've got the confusion of the concussion substitute. So boo-hoo-hoo to you.
Well, no, that is no issue because they don't have 2 people trying to run the same single. Sometimes you get the non-striker. He just tries to run and everybody runs.
38 for 3 as Bruce drives into the onside. As you said, it was attempted to run. He wasn't falling over, Amelia. He was attempting to run, and then had to check himself. I remember that George. Yes, it's very instinctive. So Bruce gets the run. He's now 22, and Suchan is on 2. And at the end of 10 overs, it's 39 for 3 West Indies Masters. They are chasing 199. More from Hartley Reid, and then it will be Wayne Holder.
Yes, the use of the runners. And if we are so unfortunate to have both batters injured and they have a runner for each one of them, you have all comedy. So, but at this stage now, Wayne, with the advance in age, the concession of the runner, the retention of the runner, is accepted.
England, tears in the year, of course, having picked up some 3 West Indies wickets. Rupert Staple, who started the bowling, now bowling is 6 overs. He's taken 2 of the wickets so far. Wilbur Bruce, the early batsman from West Indies. This one is for all the marbles. It is a case of winner take all here. It's either win or go home. as Staple is on the legs, worked away by Bruce, past the fielder at square leg, and the runner, George Harris, and Richard Sushan, who has recently come to the wicket, complete a single. West Indies looking to rebuild their innings somewhat. Has been a feature of the West Indies play. Not getting the kind of starts that they would require, but we've seen the middle and lower order come to the fore on more than one occasion. This delivery on the line of the leg stump turned away out to mid-wicket by Sushan, and there is no run. West Indies losing the trooper again. And this one is driven through mid-on. Lovely looking shot. This ball is going to get close to the boundary. Across the rope it goes now. Fine shot on drive by the left-hander. And hitting that one through the line, hitting it straight through with the mid-on fielder. Quite wide there, Chris Dearden. And very, very great contact. So 4 runs to Sushan, 4 good-looking runs.
Yes, that was a good shot, really.
Up to 6, and they total 44 for 3. And Staple is again bringing him across the wicket, defensively pushed out to a short cover. And the end of the 11th over. West Indies are going along at a really good clip, actually. 44 in 11 overs. I don't think at any point the English were able to, especially in the early part of the innings, there was a bit of a drag for them.
At 11 overs, when England were batting, they didn't get 30.
Yeah, but they hadn't lost.
We only had one.
I think it was only one wicket
Yes.
down at that stage. Yes, that was that partnership between the captain. With Brathwaite and also, I think Neil Brathwaite.
He was going positively, but the others had actually dropped anchor.
As a matter of fact, if we go back to the England innings, you will see that Richard Merriman, there is an accident there. As we see a bit of a problem with one of the England supporters.
Chair breaker. Chair is broken.
Bit of a slight accident, nothing to be complained about. This ball is hit up toward mid-on for a single. Earlier today we had an incident involving one of the West Indies players. A bit alarming at the time. It seems that he's quite well now, so we can all breathe a bit easier. And it's going to be Dearden lighting up. These slow deliveries, Dearden bowls slow, and then he bowls a slower ball. Slow and slower. Right arm around the wicket, bowling to Richard Sushan, and shuffling across his wicket, pushed into the offside. Is no run. So Sushan on 6, Bruce on 24. Dearden is into Sushan, coming onto the front foot, pushed away square on the offside. Again, there is no run. So England getting 30 from the captain Merriman at the top of the order. Some 80 balls he faced. Sushan gets the delivery, that very much slower delivery once again, seemingly having to wait an eternity for the ball to come on. And when it does come on, he misses the shot, struck on the pad, and a field well out by the bowler. But umpire Adam says no. Dearden is short of the back foot, dragging it back along the wicket is Sushan, and the ball fielded by the bowler in his follow through. And that brings us to the end of over number 12, 45 for 3. West Indies, remember the target, 199. England having made 198. batted first, 198 for the loss of just 4 wickets. Neil Brackett 19, Monty Douglas. In the context of swashbuckling knock of 66 off 85 balls with some 5 boundaries. And then Edward Gordon Lennox towards the end. A really pugnacious knock of 63 off 54 balls, scoring at a rate of above 100. And he struck 3 fours and the only 6 of the inning. Well, it's going to be Wilbur Bruce, who has been more or less carrying the fight for West Indies in the face of some fine bowling by Rupert Staple in particular, who is going to continue from the northern end. This delivery, Bruce is reaching outside the all stump, not taking cleanly, well, not striking it, in fact, taken cleanly by the keeper.
We are seeing some good wicket keeping by this English wicket keeper. He's clean up to the stump.
Well, England famous for good keepers. Over the years, struck on the part of inquiry made, not outside the umpire.
And the wicket keeper apologized to the umpire by raising his hand.
John Goldthorpe, there he is, a wide delivery, but some excellent glove work by the keeper. Well, it appeared excellent. He whipped the bills off without the ball in his glove. So the glove work was good, but he didn't get it.
And he got 2 boys, don't realize that.
Wise, in fact, to be
Yes.
that delivery.
Yes.
So straying somewhat there was Staple, but he was standing up to
The medium
stiff
pace.
medium pace. Stiff. I think you can describe it as. Some players refer to it as bowling a heavy ball.
Yes, yes.
Ball hits the bat fairly hard, not fast by any stretch of the imagination. 47 for 3. Left-hander on strike. Sushan driving up to mid-off. There is no run. Score remains on 47. On the pad, but very much that ball rising over the top of the wicket. Sushan opting to go onto the back foot. Just a gentle inquiry, more so than a genuine appeal. So West Indies have lost George Harris for 4. Dighton Jackman making his debut, no score. And Jefferson Gibbons also for 4. Who came at number 3. He did retire hurt for a brief while, replaced by Gibbons, but he's returned to the crease ever since. Gibbons was dismissed, turned away into the onside by Sushan. Man coming in from square, and there is no run. But Sushan has been in good nick in the tournament, played a couple of right point innings for West Indies. A lot will depend on him. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders.
I dare say a lot depend on this player here. Because
Still got to come the likes of Zamin Amin, Rodney Husbands will be one of the key players. If he gets to bat, I guess maybe he should be coming next. Just to bring you a quick score from the match at Wanderers, where Australia piled up 272 for 6 in their 45 overs and have now reduced the invitational 11 to 93 for 6. Australians now actually the only unbeaten team left in the competition. At the oil company, I mean, see if we can get the United States 150 all out, and the rest of the world 68 for 3, 16.2 overs. As Australia are the only unbeaten team, the USA is the only team not to win a match. The two ends of the ladder. It's going to be geared in to Bruce. Bruce comes forward, gets it off the outside edge again, and no pace to work with. Reaching onto the front foot. Ball traveling to the short third man position. And Bearden will try again. Bruce on the back foot, then choosing not to play at the delivery wide of the All-Star. Short third man, there's a point, a cover. Then there's a sweeper right back, an extra cover. Bruce makes a late decision to chuck this one behind point. Will only get one. Again, as I mentioned, no pace to work with at Hartley. So as much as he wanted, he really didn't have a lot of force into that shot.
We have seen a number of these type of bowlers in Barbados who just annoyed the batter. You want to hit him out of the park, but just cannot get to the ball.
Better take the time. This one is seeing Sushan going for the big hit. The ball is going to fall in front of Joe Peer. It is out there at the mid-wicket area. But Sushan prepared to take on Chris Dearden, going for the slug sweep, getting it high in the air. Fortunately for him, maybe not making the best of contact, because what it meant is that the ball fell well in front of the man coming off the boundary there. And just getting a single. He stays in. Sushan, he'll have the strike when the new over starts. And after 14 overs, it is 49 for 3. West Indies requiring exactly 150 of 31 overs. 7 wickets remaining. See a big. Is that what size aircraft is that, Harley?
That's a Airbus. A 320. A 320.
320. But what I can tell you though is seeing it climb off the airport, laboring like a pregnant lady walking up a hill. Jim Phillips has been introduced, so he replaces a staple at the northern end. Rupert Staple, 7 overs, 2 for 20. And he and Phil Deacon 3 overs for 11 runs. Deacon also got the wicket of Dighton Chapman. And Chris Dearden 4 overs for 8 runs. Now we have Jim Phillips to bowl his right arm off spin. The Englishman, well on top of at this moment, they would think. This delivery is short, looking for the pull shot, passes the batsman, also passes the keeper. And Sushan seems to be laboring somewhat, favoring one of the legs, as this is signal a wide. So 2 runs to the total. So that brings up the 50 for England. For West Indies, it is 50 for West Indies in the 15th over. 51 for 3. So we've got Sushan laboring with an injury. We had Bruce tearing hurt and returning to the wicket.
With a runner.
With a runner. Outside the off stump, into the gloves of the keeper. No run. So this game continues to shift in its different phases. We're coming down to the end of the 15th over, which really is like effectively the first phase of the West Indies innings. Going along at a good clip for West Indies as far as the rate of scoring is concerned, but probably losing 2 wickets more than they would have been willing to concede. Here comes Bruce onto the front foot. So another well-flighted delivery from Phillips turns it into the onside. So the man coming in forward and square. Joe Peer. We expect to see Peer in the attack sometime during this inning. Off the back foot goes Bruce and pushes this one up to cover. So prepared to bide his time, Wilbur Bruce.
Phillips looked as if he's copying the other bowler style of bowling.
Chris Dearden. At least Phillips. Bro sweeps this one away. Over the rope it goes. That's 6 big runs to Wilbur Bruce getting down on one knee and sweeping it away. The ball traveling with the wind and well struck boundary to Wilbur Bruce. 6 runs to him to bring us to the end of the 15th over. So the West Indies bringing the first phase to an end in style. Wilbur Bruce picking up a 6. He goes up with that 6 to 31 off 37 ball. 3 fours and 1 6. Sushan is on 7. And as we pause for the refreshment break, West Indies in So yes, we are going to pause for the Blue Waters water break, refreshment break after some 15 overs, and the game relatively evenly poised, I would want to suggest. As we resume here at Foursquare Oval, with the players all having been refreshed, all having their fair share of blue water. And the sponsors, one of the kind sponsors of the tournament, the over 60s Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup. And today, this match deciding one of the finalists. And at the moment, game somewhat on an even keel, hardly can we say that?
Yes, once you are going to take into consideration the two previous games in which the West Indies played, they have not deviated very much from that pattern. So, and now outside is full of sun and glory, we can only hope that they will do what they did in the other games and push on from here.
Well, tossing and teasing is Chris Dearden and Richard Sushan, tall left-handed batsman, reaching onto the front foot and playing defensively. First delivery after the break. Next one is a much flatter delivery with a bit more pace on it. Well, I think we can use the word pace in relation to Dearden. Not quite as slow as the previous delivery. outside the off stump. Here he is again, and Sushan waits for it off the back foot. He goes, punches it away. Good work by the man in there at a short mid wicket. Good one-handed stop. Also having an underarm shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Misses and backed up in the offside. As Dearden is into Sushan again. Sushan is going for a big swing. The ball peeling off the edge. The keeper, who would have been the closest to the ball, loses his helmet as he turns and runs back, but the ball eventually falling into a safe open space as far as Sushan is concerned. So no damage done. Keeper Goldthorpe goes down again, and this delivery on the leg stump, looking to work it away in the onside is Sushan. Doesn't make contact. The ball strikes him some high on the thigh pad and just bobbles away in the onside. Dearden around the wicket and waiting for it on this occasion to pitch, going deep into his crease and stroking it past the outstretched right hand of the bowler down too long off for a single. So the strike rotated, has it? Not exactly, because that was the final delivery of the over, that being the 16th over, 58 for 3, and Dearden continues to be his measly, meager, miserly self.
But I was here watching the field that Dearden has, and the bowling might be apparent innocuous, but his field placing, he has those 3 men out on the boundary on the leg side, waiting for anytime he pulled across the line of the ball to hit the ball into the air. So he has a good field set for his bowling.
He will await the Sushan. The second over sent down by Jim Phillips. Right arm. It seems to be looking to spin the ball out of the back of the fingers. Not a lot of wrist involved, but seems to be somewhat of
He's just rolling
a
the
finger
ball.
roller.
Yeah.
With the occasional delivery coming off the front here. He is on a good length, and Sushan choosing to play from his crease. Just bunts it away.
That's the first
into
attempted leg break.
the offside.
That's right.
Phillips rubs the ball in his trousers, and once again onto the front foot comes Sushan. So good control of length and line by Phillips so far in this over. Sushan drives, ball going to mid-off, who is quite deep, halfway back to the boundary, and the batsmen trot through for 1. So we have the right-handed Bruce taking his place now after walking in from square leg. Remember, Bruce batting with a runner, so he himself and George Harris exchange places. Harris goes out to square leg, and Bruce comes on to strike. Jim Phillips wheeling away from the pavilion end and bowls a short delivery. Well, delivery much flatter in trajectory, and Bruce off the back foot forces it up in that gap between the bowler and the short mid-wicket fielder, and again they come through easily for 1. So there we see that routine where the runner comes into the non-striker's position and Bruce goes out to square leg. Sushan is brought onto the front foot, pushing this one away in the offside. So no real sense of urgency here by the West Indies batsmen. Of course, still a long way to go. They actually now still require a further 139 runs. There are all of 28 overs left. So a rate of almost 5 runs an over required. But
in our day, a bad ball is a bad ball. And I seen nowadays Sushan is just blocking balls that he can hit out past the inner field to get a single or even two. And all of the time the scoring rate is going to go up. The scoring rate. So he has to, with this kind of bowling from Phillips and the other bowler, he can get the ball up. Even if he doesn't get singles, he doesn't get sixes or fours, he would get singles.
Well, hardly in the modern game now we hear about roles, and maybe his role is to be that sheet anchor to keep his wicket intact, while they would anticipate the likes of Bruce and the other stroke makers to do the heavy lifting, to use another modern term. As Dearden is into Bruce, and Bruce is getting it past him on the onside of the wicket. A bit of a tangling between the non-striker Sushan and Dearden as he comes across the wicket in an effort to intercept the ball. So in the end, nobody leaves home, and it is a dot ball. In again, Dearden and Bruce on the front foot, driving outside the all stump, not making contact. Bills removed, but a victory there for the bowlers. I think that one drifting on pitching away from the bat of Bruce. This time he is onto the front foot again. He's being very, very cautious, quite gingerly pushing this one back along the wicket, closing the face of the bat at the last moment, keeping it along the turf. So this is good, intriguing stuff. Attritional battle in process here as Dearden is bowling this one. You can deliberately see him bowling with a bit of seam up on that occasion, not looking to float the ball but push it through much flatter, and again keeping Bruce quiet, keeping him on the defensive, as this one is the one that he's going to flight him and appeal for a catch at the wicket, and the response is the umpire Adams spreading the arms to signal a wide. So getting that one outside the leg stump. Dearden taken cleanly by keeper Goldthorpe, but outside the leg stump, a wide to add one to the West Indies total. Dearden is seeing Bruce coming forward and deliberately chipping this one over the head of the mid-wicket fielder. The batsmen have chosen to stay on one when the long-on fielder had to run quite a distance around to his right to field, and one could have thought that a second run was on offer there, but I think the batsmen are choosing for Bruce to remain on strike at the start of the new over, because that's the end of the 18th, and after 18 overs, West Indies 62 for 3. I don't know if I'll be asking too much if I ask Amelia to give us the equivalent the comparative score, and yes, I'm asking too much. Not because of her competence or incompetence, because the system, as she explained, that she's using does not allow. So we're going to take that. We will take that. I know where he is, yeah.
I mean, I think what really happened is that Bruce would have recognized that that was the last ball of that over, and instead of seeing that he's the senior batter, he decided that he was going to take the single so that he would get the strike.
19th over now, so after 18 overs.
So there was one run from that delivery. Bruce swung it the backward square and took a single. So right now, Suchan has come into the face.
So Hartley, interesting statistic. A wide as Phillips gets one down the leg side. At the end of 18 overs, England were 38 for 2. So the West Indies very much in the ascendancy as far as the comparison is concerned. West Indies 64 for 3 now, and we are into the 19th over. As again, Sushan looking to pull a delivery directed along the area of the leg stump. And
you see, what we saw in each of the 3 matches so far from the West Indies, tight in the beginning, and then they gave their runs in the middle of their bowlings. And the same thing happened today. Because it's 18 overs to 30 runs on. Then another 18 overs, they quadrupled that.
Well, basically. But of course, that partnership between Monty Douglas and Edward Lennox Gordon, I think that was a transformative as far as the England innings was concerned. They themselves, as we see here, were going along at a very pedestrian rate, just an ebb more than a flow. And eventually lifting outside the leg stump, looking for the pull shot, doesn't make contact. A wide is the signal from the umpire. Wicket keeper loses his helmet again. I do suspect that helmet might have been struck by the swinging bat of Sushan. And I think Sushan showing some concern, but wicketkeeper Goldthorpe seems to be okay. So one more to the total though. West Indies moving on to 65 for 3. As Phillips is pushing him onto the back foot and pushing it back along the wicket is Sushan. So Sushan now on 9. He's faced some 35 deliveries for those 9 runs. And he's also included a boundary in that as he is onto the front foot. So definitely Hartley, Sushan has his role, adopting the role of the anchor in this chase. And the West Indies at this point ahead at 65 for 3 after 19 overs.
Yes, man, I have no issues with Suchan because he has been batting like this for the entire tournament. My problem is that, and I alluded to it when England, when they were batting, the kind of bowling that they had offered to the English.
Australia looking to wrap up their 5th and final preliminary match. The invitation at 11 now 104 for 8 in the 30th over. Australia, remember, 272 for 6 in their 45. So they shall be going into the final on Friday with a lot of momentum going in their favor, as Chris Dearden is seeing Bruce come on to the front foot and the ball drifting past the outside edge once again into the gloves of the keeper. Bruce onto the front foot, gently pushing it back along the wicket to the bowler. There is no run. On the front foot again is Bruce, as we see this little change up by Dearden, seam up delivery. As Bruce thinks of going for the cut shot, then leaves the ball for the keeper to take, and the umpire signals a wide. So getting his radar wrong on that occasion, Dearden considers himself unlucky, it appears, having been called for that wide. No, he turns and heads back to the top of his rather short approach and brings Bruce onto the front foot, and he pushes it into the covers again. There is no run.
4 boundary riders. 5.
Well, no attempt at scoring boundaries in recent overs from the West Indies pair, as this one is some good footwork done by both the bowler and I think that's Captain Merriman at mid-wicket. And again, keeping the West Indies scoreless of that delivery, of course, as Dearden looking to finish the over. Bruce goes onto the back foot, finds the gap between the point and the extra cover, but there is extra cover on the boundary in the form of Joe Peer there doing the sweeper duties, and a single of the final delivery of that, the 20th over to bring West Indies to 67 for 3. Bruce on 35 will have the strike.
It is clear that Bruce is being hampered by that cramp. That muscle has not been loosened sufficiently, so he's not putting much pressure at all on that leg, and that in return is restricting his scoring. So he's a number of these balls that normally Bruce should be putting them away into the deep. He's not.
So Jim Phillips starting a new over. A call for Kevin Grant. Where is Kevin? Bruce swings across the line out towards the wide long on position, and the batsmen, are they going to stay on one or they're going to come back? It's just one run. In fact, Harris was very keen. The runner was very keen on going for that second run. Got himself almost halfway up the pitch, but Sushan refusing to come back for that second run. So just the one run as this delivery short, pulled away into the mid-wicket area. They're going to get a couple as Brathwaite goes in pursuit. Hauls it back 2/3 the way to the boundary at deep mid-wicket. And two runs on this occasion. So total now up to 70 for 3 as Sushan settles. Right arm over the wicket is Phillips, and on the leg stump, swept away square. This one should go to the boundary as in pursuit is the fielder. Actually, the ball pulls up inside of the rope, a bit of a relay in the throw, and the batsman actually only get 2. That is an area in which the West Indies have been rather tardy, hardly the running between the wicket, especially when you compare with what I've seen of England and don't talk about Australia.
Well, what we are seeing now, we cannot fault the modern day cricketers in West Indies because it is clear that we have been doing it for years.
But of course, Sushan has been showing some effects of some kind of an injury, so I guess we must bear that in mind rather before we get too critical.
I'm happy that you can find some reason to explain how come the ball could have gone out almost not just
inches from the at the deep mid-wicket boundary. But Sushan has been struggling, so we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, most probably he has recognized that his innings so far have been crucial to whenever the West Indies were playing.
73 for 3. Bruce off the back foot, struck on the pad and given. Leg before wicket. That ball kept a bit low. Bruce going on to the back foot, looking to force it into the onside and not making contact. The ball striking the pad, and umpire Kevin Sisnett upholding the appeal. Now it is West Indies 73 for 4, losing the very important wicket of Wilbur Bruce, who has been the top scorer so far, with going leg before wicket to Jim Phillips. Bruce gets his total here from Amelia. Bruce out for 36 off 54 balls. He struck 3 4s and a 6, but I think that is a telling strike for the Englishman as the captain Roy Singh goes to the middle.
Yes, Wayne, that's a very crucial wicket for England, because though Bruce was hampered in his movement, he was still striking the ball very well, and he was looking positive. With his dismissal now, I was hoping that Husbands would have come out, but I see Roy is going out to bat, but I do not understand this one at all.
Well, they call it leading from in front. Hartley looking to set the example. He wants to get to the middle to dictate the remainder of this pursuit of fairly challenging 198 one must say, not an easy task to be had. As we see, our commentator has taken up new duties, Harley. Kevin Grant out in the middle carrying refreshments. So a man of many, many talents, one would have to say.
It is clear that he does not like to be out of the action, whether it is commentating or going on the field.
Well, we see here again Australia closing in on victory. Invitational 11, 107 for 9 in 31 overs exactly. As we're going to be calling on the services of Kevin Grant fairly soon. When he has completed his duties as water bearer. Just taking some refreshment, taking advantage of the break in play with the fall of the wicket, and of course at the end of over number 21. So let's see, continuing, Dearden continuing from the south, and we've got Sushan. Sushan reminds you of a player, the likes of a Leonard Bashan, that type of player. Just easy at the wicket, not a lot of fuss, but not a lot of forcefulness either. Punches this one down to a long on, more an accumulator of runs, more so than forthright.
You would not really leave home to see him, to watch him play cricket, but he has a entire.
So what you're suggesting? So what you're suggesting is that you will leave home to watch cricket, and if he's playing, you will see him.
Yes, exactly. I was just about to say that when he's at the crease and his team is in a position like this, you would hope that he continues to stay.
Well,
he wouldn't drag you to the ground at all.
Some stability he's offered to this West Indies team in this competition so far, as Dearden into the captain Roy Singh, who to his first deliveries pushing that front pad and picking up the line, watching the ball into the gloves of the keeper. West Indies 74 for 4. In comes Dearden down the leg side, and again Singh not prepared to play a shot. The signal of wide that comes from umpire Eugene Adams. As so we are going to welcome our man Kevin Grant. Kevin Grant, a man of many talents. He one of the best water bearers I've ever seen in my entire 60 years of watching cricket. Kevin, well done.
Yeah, multi-talented, master of none. Needed that wicket, England. I think the game was just beginning to swing the West Indies way, and that's just brought it back a little bit.
Well, yes, the ball-by-ball comparison makes very interesting viewing. 22 overs gone, 75 for 4 West Indies. And after 22 overs, the England team 60 for 2. So quite an increase in the strike rate for England once we had that partnership, first of all, between Richard Merriman and Monty Douglas. It started with those two, and then again it even accelerated even further, even more when Lennox Gordon joined Douglas at the wicket.
Yeah, I think pretty much every game we've played, the first 10 overs of the game is when the wicket is at its hardest. And England was struggling to get above 2 and over for the first 10-15 overs.
Onto the front foot comes Sushan and pushes it up to the fielder at cover. There is no run. So the teams being pulled a bit closer together now, as West Indies 75 for 4, short delivery, looking to pull this one away behind square is Sushan. Not taken cleanly by the keeper. No signal coming from umpire Cisnet. suggesting that that ball might have brushed the batsman on its way through, flighted upon the leg stump, and Sushan is driving it hard into his boot. Ball running away into the offside. So the West Indies still going along rather cautiously. Jim Phillips into Sushan. Sushan onto the front foot to a delivery, much flatter delivery, a bit faster too. And that man in there at cover has had quite a lot of work to do whenever Phillips has been bowling to Sushan. And Sushan this time looking to open his arms, looks to pierce the onside field, only finds the man, the captain Merriman, at mid-on though. And again he can't score. So we've had some 5 dot deliveries so far, and this is the 23rd over. And in he comes, outside the leg stump, looking for the pull. I think the ball coming off the pad, so although it might be a maiden as far as the bowler is concerned, a single in a form of a leg bye, no signal by umpire Kevin Sisnet. 1 run in the over, 75-76 for 4 West Indies after 23. England at that stage 65 for 2.
Getting closer all the time. Jim Phillips, very steady bowler. I'm not sure what his competition figures are, but his runs per over must be very low. So I think he's having a little bit of trouble, I think, with the left-hander, dropping outside leg stump, probably 1 or 2 balls and over. But got vital wicket a couple of overs ago. Still bowling from the Vaspart Drake's end will be Chris Noddy Dearden.
There is someone called Noddy Holder.
There is Noddy Holder, yes.
But Australia wrapping up the victory there at the Wanderers ground, dismissing the invitational team for 109 in 31.5 overs. So they are now just sitting and waiting for the outcome of this match, which will decide their opponent in the next round. As I say, a very pleasant good afternoon to Steve Linton here at the Pickwick ground. Of course, a former Pickwick player back in the day, and Steve Linton very much resident in England these days. So nice to see Steve. Looks in good shape. Looks like if he should be in this competition. Looks in that kind of shape. Former Barbados youth player Steve Linton. As this delivery is punched away out to long off by Sushan. He goes up. He creeps up to 16, and they total up to 77 for 4. So just some adjustments being made in the field now. Just to give you the field, short third man, deep cover, extra cover and mid-off. That's the offside field. Dearden into bowl to Singh. Singh onto the front foot, pushes it away on the onside, no run. And on the offside, short third man, shortish cover, and both the cover and the extra cover quite close in. Deep cover and a long off, wide. Outside the off stump, reaching for it is Singh, not making contact again. Goalthorpe quick to remove the bails. The only damage done is to the bails, which now have to be repaired and put back into position. Onto the front foot comes Singh, pushes it back along the wicket. The West Indies approach, though, you agree with this very cautious approach that the West Indies have taken in recently. Just let's see this delivery throw onto the front foot, struck back along the wicket, 77 for 4. Kevin.
Well, they lost the 2 fairly early wickets, although they got off to a reasonable start run rate wise, and then I think there was a period of consolidation. They're probably just got to be a little bit careful. If they carried on this cautious approach for another 5-6 overs, just that required run rate just might creep up a little bit.
69 for 2 were England at this stage. So Dearden, here's some applause. Actually, we missed the fact that Dearden actually bowled his 9 overs on the trot. 9 overs for 16 runs, I believe it was. 9 overs for 16 runs.
Joe, I think it might be John Butterworth or Joe Pierre to come on, and so there's going to be a bit of pressure on them to get it right straight away. Jim Phillips continuing from the Northern Ireland.
To bowl to Sushan, who is long on to the front foot and drops it away into the offside, and there is no run. Sushan again on the front foot, pushed away into the offside, no run. West Indies requiring another 122 runs from 21 overs at the start of this over. Sushan off the back foot works it into the onside. Merriman coming in there from his position at a straightish short mid-on, I would like to call him, just wide of mid-on. There's a man behind him just inside the rope at long on. Now the leg side field being reinforced as Deakin is brought into mid-wicket delivery outside the leg stump, keeping a bit low as Sushan looks to pull it around, playing over the top of the ball, struck on the pad, no appeal whatsoever. Ball obviously pitching outside the leg stump and not challenging the wickets. As Phillips getting to his over very quickly is again a shot turned away behind square, thinking of going for one, but the fielder there much too quick into the ball. So again, the runs somewhat dried up here for West Indies of late as Phillips into bowl to Sushan, goes for the big swing, hits it down to long off, breaks the shackles somewhat by getting a single and rotating the strike. 1 run off the final delivery of the 25th over, so 25 overs gone. West Indies is 78 for 4. Still a long way to go.
Yep. Game well on here. Another good over from Jim Phillips. Run rate creeping up to 5, just over 5 and over. A replacement bowler from the bottom end is going to be John Butterworth. It's a slow off-spin bowler. John comes from Kent, from Whitstable Cricket Club. He's going to be bowling to Sushan when he gets his field sorted. Tony Rhodes just coming on the field again, giving some extra drinks to 2 or 3 players. Really warm day here now. The early morning clouds have all gone.
Clear blue Caribbean skies, actually.
Yeah, reminds me of England.
Very much, very pleasant afternoon now. It has evolved into.
Yep.
And as I've been saying all along, typical Caribbean weather for this time of the year. As it's going to be John Butterworth, it is? Yeah, taking over. As you said, having some rather big boots to fill, coming in the wake of that excellent spell by Chris Dearden. But Butterworth bowling around the wicket. His first delivery is dragged down by the bowler and then pulled behind square by the batsman. But Joe Pierre moving smartly around from deep mid-wicket, keeps the scoring down to 1. So Butterworth, right arm off spin. Now adjusting his field for the right-handed Roy Singh. Only 2 he has made so far from the 15 deliveries he has faced. As Captain Merriman in discussion with his bowler. He's got a deep man at forward square. He's also got a long on, a long off, deep cover, short third man, cover point, extra cover, mid wicket, and short fine leg. And Butterworth is in to Singh, and Singh is defensively onto the front foot, pushes it up to extra cover. I think Martin Watkin is the cover fielder. Or is that Lennox?
Yep.
That's Lennox Gordon.
Yep.
Yeah, full of life and vigor, running across and fielding in front of his captain. Short delivery, pulled away, wide of the man at mid-wicket. Looking back for support is Monty Douglas, only to realize that there's no one behind him. And the batsman coming back for a third run. Well ran on this occasion by Sushan, who we have noticed have been favoring some kind of impediment, and this time putting the pain aside and rushing through for the third run. So 3 runs to the total, and Butterworth now to bowl to the left-handed Richard Sushan. Again, off the back foot is Sushan. Well, playing from the crease more so than going onto the back foot, and just standing up and pushing it back along the pitch on the offside. Butterworth is going to be bowling, running between the umpire and the stumps, and pushed away up to cover. Neil Brathwaite, very mobile, coming in there from cover, and no thought of going for a single. As this delivery short, pulled out to deep mid-wicket. The batsman settling for one. Fielder coming off the rope there, Lennox Gordon again. So 1 more to the total. That over from Butterworth, costing some 4 runs, I believe. 5 runs, in fact. And West Indies 83 for 4 after 26 overs. Remember, England 198 for 4 in their 45.
Yeah, John's first over. It's probably, I think he got away with a little bit that over. He was a little bit short. So hopefully he'll settle in. From the top end here, we've got Jim Phillips to continue. He's going to be bowling to Sushan. Vital part of the game here. Next 5 overs. If England could sneak out another wicket or so, I think they would be on top. The West Indies, if they could score 20, 25 in the next 5 overs, they will put themselves right back into the game.
1, 2 runs. They're going to get a fumble on the boundary at long off from Dearden. So 2 runs to the West Indies total. So 26 overs gone. England 78 for 3 at the end of 26. As Phillips into bowl to Sushan, sweeping this one around, thinking of going for a single, but Sushan holding his ground, and Singh having to retrieve his crease. No response from the batsman. Ball going straight to the fielder, single never on. Phillips is in, and again looking for that big sweep shot to a delivery outside the leg stump, through to the keeper. Wide is the signal. A run to West Indies and an extra delivery. Phillips persisting outside the off stump this time, and Sushan having a big swing and a miss. Phillips picking up a wicket, 23 runs he has conceded. Here he is bowling to Sushan. Sushan dragging it into the offside, well fielded by the man Deacon going around there at mid-wicket. There is no run. Total remains on 86 for 4, as we are going to be immediately handing the commentary over to Woody Richard, who will replace me from the ball-by-ball end. He'll be keeping company with Kevin. As this ball is driven, beating the fielder at short extra cover, driven in the air, possibility of a catch. Kevin, I suggest that fielder there is somewhat surprised, caught by surprise.
Yeah, to John Butterworth, that sort of short cover. Quickly at him, head height, got his hand to it just about, but burst through, and 2 runs. 5 off the over so far, so the sort of run rate that the West Indies need now. Got to take the odd chance against Jim Phillips, and it's another lofted shot. It's going to drop short of Chris Dearden at long off, and they're going to come through for a single.
So that completes over number 27, as I have been updating you all along. After 27 overs, England 80 for 3, West Indies 89 for 4. Woody Richard will take over the ball by ball, and himself and Kevin, who will give you his assessment of how things have gone so far in the England innings. In the West Indies replay, I should say.
Yeah, I think it's still even, Stephen. Run rate is required. It's only just about 5 and over, but it's not easy to score boundaries on this ground. The batsmen struggle as well to tick the ball over with too many singles per over, and that also makes it quite exhausting for them. So it's still a big challenge, John. They've still got wickets in hand, and it looks like we're going to have a close game here. What do you think?
I don't think so. 18 overs, 110 runs, 6 runs and over. That's a lot. That's a lot to get. 110 runs in 18 overs. That's a run rate of 6.11. And don't think anybody's gotten that kind of run rate in this cricket. Maybe today, down at the Wanderers, they got up to that. Here is the start of a new over outside the off stump. Is the delivery there from that's Butterworth. Mm-hmm. He's into his second over. 1 over, no maidens, none for 5 before this. Here's Butterworth looking to bowl to Suchan, who swings down towards deep mid-wicket. There's a fielder down there, makes a tumbling save, and just a single there for Suchan, who's now moved up to 25 and takes the West Indies Masters total up to 90 for 4 in over number 28.
Good bit of fielding by Edward Gordon-Lennox on the boundary there. Took the ball, fielded, got the ball in quickly. One run, saved 3 as well there. Really great bit of fielding.
Will be Butterworth to continue. Flags on the far side stretched out. Our sponsors: Blue Waters, Atlantic Marketing. As this delivery brings Singh forward, and he plays it on into the onside towards mid wicket. Will get a single, and that will take him now up to 4, and a total up to 91 for 4 and over number 28. So still a very tall task that the West Indies Masters require at this stage, and I think the cream of their batting has pretty much returned to the pavilion. Players like Bruce and Gibbons. As this delivery, Suchan attempts to swing into the leg side, makes no contact, and no ball called by the umpire. So Butterworth overstepping, and that naughty for a spinner to be overstepping, and so that enables the West Indies Masters now to go up to 92 for 4 in the 20th over. Here's Butterworth around the wicket again now, bowls to Suchan, who swings down to deep backward square. 2 bounces into the boundary. That's 4 runs. That's a lovely shot by Suchan. Got back to a short ball and pulled it around behind square for 4. So that takes him now up to 29. Singh there on 4 is 96 for 4.
Yeah, nice well-timed shot by Suchan there. 1 bounce and over the boundary. Short ball, but perfectly put away.
Saw one of your guys did a slide today. That was Neil. Did a slide in save in the field today. I was well taken aback. I wasn't sure at his age. I would see someone at his age maybe to do the slide and save.
Who was it? Did you say?
Neil Brathwaite.
Yeah, well, Neil was actually 60 yesterday.
Oh, I see. Well,
so he's the baby of the party.
Okay, I understand.
Also, my roommate.
Okay.
And I have to say, there was one of us that didn't get a wink of sleep because one of them was snoring.
I hear you. Here is Butterworth around the wicket, bowling into Suchan, who's looking for the big drive, thickish inside edge, and Ball just going away towards square leg. No run. It remains at 100 for 4. So it's 96 for 4. We've got one ball left in the 28th over as Butterworth continues between the umpire and the stumps to Suchan outside the off stump. Left alone, the end of the over. 28 overs gone, 96 for 4. It means that the West Indies Masters will now need another 103 in 17 overs at a required rate of 6.06.
Yep, so run a ball. Jim Phillips to continue from the northern end. We've still got a few overs of Phil Deakin. Joe Pierre hasn't bowled yet. I think Rupert Staples got a couple of overs left. Edward Gordon-Lennox, although he hasn't bowled, he's also a guy that we could look to bowl. But I think it's going to be Jim Phillips to continue.
Let's run through the bowling figures for you. Staples 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 20. Deakin 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21. Dearden 9 overs, no maidens, none for 16. Phillips 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. And Butterworth 2 overs, no maidens, none for 12. That's the bowling figures so far for the England Masters. At the moment, they are the ones in the box seat to meet Australia Masters in the final on Friday at Kensington Oval. What a final that will be. The over 60s Ashes. Is that going to portend to what we could expect in the real Ashes?
Well, hopefully it'll be England celebrating on both counts.
Here is Singh, drives out towards mid-off. Extra cover, no run. The score kept at 96 for 4.
Did you know the England over 70s are in Australia at the moment?
Oh, they are?
And playing Australia, yep.
Oh, intriguing. This brings the Singh onto the front foot and he works it into the mid-wicket region for a run. He's now up to 5 and total up to 97 for 4. And of course, it's going to be whenever that Ashes comes off, it's going to be an intriguing battle to see because, with the new Baz ball, to see how the Australians, with that very powerful bowling attack, with the likes of Cummins and Stark and Hazelwood, will be able, and also Nathan Lyon, a top off spinner, how they will match up against such a tactics by the England batting lineup. Here's Phillips, bowls now, online the leg stump and whipped away through mid-wicket by Suchan. They'll get one. They're going to come back for the second. 2 runs was always on, but a little bit of lethargy on the part of the 2 West Indies Masters batsmen. That will take Suchan now up to 31 and a total up to 99 for 4. So it edges closer to the 100-run mark. Where will it end? We'll soon find out. Here is it Phillips on his way now. Bowls to Suchan, who's forward and steers the ball into the backward point region. No run. Score remains at 99 for 4.
Yep, so we're looking forward to having the Australian over 60s side over for 5 one-day internationals.
This delivery,
The Australians.
a single to Suchan that brings him up. That brings it to 100 for the West Indies Masters. A drive to long off, Dearden the fielder, and the 100 comes up for the West Indies Masters in the 29th over. So it's 100 for 4. Suchan 32, Singh on 5. And you've got an early sighter of what you can expect in this tournament, as Singh looks to the drive, but tucks it towards mid-wicket. Will get another run. He's now 6 and a total up to 101 for 4 after 29 overs. The West Indies Masters as they chase 199.
Yeah, so the 5 one-day internationals next year, I think they've been played all at various different places across the country in July. I think one game's at Southport up in Lancashire. There's another game at Burton. There's a game at Chipping Camden, which is in Gloucestershire. A game at Littlehampton, which is down in Sussex. And I think there's a game at Thame in Oxfordshire. They're also playing the across the country against the county teams that won their specific groups, and they've got a couple of other games mixed in there as well. So a full schedule for the Aussies coming over to support their their men's team, and of course they'll have quite a few supporters for the Grey Ashes as well.
How long will that whole tour will be? Or
I think they're coming over for a month.
for a month? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so they've got a lot of games, about 12, at least 12 games they've got.
Well, wish them well. Wish you guys as well. Butterworth brings Singh forward, and one pops up off the shoulder of the bat and flew into the offside, but no one close to take the catch. The score remains at 101 for 4. We're in over number 30 now. So the overs begin to count down towards the final phase as Singh is forward and pushes into the offside. No run. Goes straight to the fielder. Score kept at 101 for 4. So a big task here for the West Indies Masters to try to get a lot of runs in the final phase, as this delivery from Butterworth brings Singh forward, and he can only play it back up the pitch for the ball out the field, and there's no run. It remains at 101 for 4. We have some dark clouds building towards the east. We hope that they will stay away. They've done so pretty much for the entire tournament, as Singh is playing across a foolish delivery, but maybe just heading down leg side, and the ball boxes into the offside for, looks like, Brathwaite to do the fielding, and there's no run. Remains at 101 for 4. Butterworth to continue. He's got 2 deliveries remaining, and Singh pulls through mid-wicket. Nice looking shot. There'll be runs here for him. They'll come for one. They'll come back for the second now, as the return comes in from the fielder who had to run a long way around to his right, long on. And that will take Singh to 6 and a total up to 103 for 4. We've got just one ball remaining. At the end, we'll have a Blue Waters drinks break as well. Sure, the players will want to refresh themselves. It's pretty warm. It's pretty warmish in the last hour or so. So probably want to rehydrate, get themselves primed and ready for that last phase of 15 overs. This is a delivery from Butterworth that Singh attempts to go for a big drive, but gets a thickish inside edge onto the pad. No run. The end of the over. At the end of it, 30 overs gone. The West Indies Masters are chasing 199, but they've so far reached 103 for 4 away for Richard Suchan, not out on 32. Roy Singh not out on 8. LBW to Phillips for 36. Jefferson Gibbons was bowled by Staple for 4, and since then it's been Suchan and Singh together, taking a total up to 103 for 4 after 30 overs. The bowling figures so far: Staple 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 20. Deakin 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21. Dearden 9 overs, no maidens, none for 16. He's completed his quota. Phillip 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 31. And Butterworth 3 overs, no maidens, none for 14. Richard Suchan, none for 13 from 6 overs, 1 maiden. Tony Boyd 6 overs, 2 maiden.
John Butterworth, just the 2 from it. Run rate required must be up to about 6.5 now. Players having a refreshment. Roy Singh, I think it was just down here in front of me, just checking to see exactly what was required. I think we'll see a little bit more aggression from the West Indies batsmen in the next few overs, and I still think we're going to be in for a tight finish here.
Cameras. No, I didn't see any of them. I saw I was saying, show you. Who's ahead of that? Who? Who's ahead of that? I have no idea. Clearly, England. That was his benefit. So we're about to have the resumption here, and it'll be Phillips to continue, bowling to Suchan, who goes for a big drive. The ball peels off the outside edge and goes away towards third man. He'll come back for the second run now as Suchan goes up to 34 and takes total up to 105 for 4 in over number 31. Another aircraft takes off from Grantley Islands International. It's like Air Canada. As Suchan is back, looking to turn it into the onside. The ball gets lodged in between his body and the top of his pad. And the score is kept at 105 for 4 as we've got a few showers here now. Some light drizzles. As Phillips bowls now to Suchan, who's down the pitch and drives. But a long catch taken brilliantly there at short. Extra cover by Butterworth as Suchan walks off. It was a firm drive. Thought it might have just pitched just before it got to the fielder, but he managed to get his hands under it and take a splendid catch. And so Suchan goes, caught by Butterworth, off the bowling of Phillips for 34. And the West Indies Masters, continue their slide. They're now 105 for 4 in the 31st over.
Excellent catch. You used the right word. That being his age, because he had to go forward for it, and he got it under and took a good catch. But so it brings another equation in, because you can, as you have been saying, we have this clouds. The rain is in this. It's around the ground. It hasn't gotten here yet. But
it has been here. It is just that it has been very light. It's been a drizzle. Because if you look towards the west, you can see the drizzle actually going past the ground, and some of the English spectators taking refuge. But the problem is that it's not heavy enough at the moment. To make the umpires consider coming off, and they're also trying to get a few rags to be able to dry the ball.
I see Emerson Jordan is going instead of Rodney Husbands.
Well, I guess they're trying to roll the dice here, see if he can probably come and play a bit of a blinder and lift the tempo a little bit, lift the scoring rate, and set it up for the last 10 overs or so.
But is it not true that the West Indies are ahead on the scoring rate if they have to get that way, Flores?
I don't know, because if I needed 6.48, I'm not sure. I think they'll probably be behind. And having lost another wicket, that always puts pressure on you. Here is Jordan, who's onto the back foot, and he drags it into his stumps. And another wicket for Phillips. Emerson Jordan, first ball being bowled off the inside edge, and the West Indies Masters lose their sixth wicket, 105 for 6 in over number 31. And I dare say that the chance of perhaps that place in the final against the Australian Masters, that is beginning to look quite shaky at the moment.
Well, yes. I was just getting an indication from husband. He said his back is giving some trouble. So that is no wonder why he has not taken. He has gone to back, but this has put a different look on it altogether. Now, those two quick hits, I don't see any. There aren't many persons now inside the batting to come who can give you.
That's what I told you earlier.
I tell you, it does look as if we're having a problem here, but the captain is joined now by Amin, so we're hoping now that we will see how they are going to approach this game.
Well, Zamin did bat pretty well in the last game, held up one end for a very long time. Got, I think, about 20 to 30 yard. And so it'll be interesting to see if he can come out there and maybe play that kind of an innings again. But right now, they don't really just need someone who will just hold an end. They need someone who can play the kind of innings that we saw early in the day from Douglas and Gordon Lennox. So that's the sort of, a power type of innings, and I don't know that there are any of those players left. As the rain has now become a little heavy, as it's now come overhead, as Amin gets his first delivery outside the yard stump, looking to cut it away, plays over the top of it and into the gloves of the keeper, and there's no run. Well, Kevin Sisnet is out there, and he will know the conditions in Barbados very well. He, as I said, he umpires club at the top level in club cricket here in Barbados. As the Phillips now bowls to Amin, who drives through the cover region, will get a single. Amin has to be careful. I think he's probably got on some rubber soles, and he's right out there on the pitch, very well.
If you look right out into the east at the bottom, you see that there's no base for those clouds, so that cloud is going over.
So that's the end of the spell for Philip. Let's get the figures for you. Another successful over from Philip. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 34. So that tells you the story. He's been able to really put the pressure on the West Indies middle order, and they've caved, and that has opened the opportunity for the England Masters to get the victory, and as I said, set up that grey ashes, as they call it, on Friday at the Kensington Oval, where they will face the Australians. That is going to be some kind of a match. I wouldn't be what do I want to say? I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that the 3Ws stand packed to capacity with all the British visitors in Barbados coming out to cheer on their team. Here's Amin coming onto the front foot and pushing out into the offside. Can't score. It remains at 165.
But if we are fortunate enough to have any tourist liners, any tourist ships into the harbour, it's just an easy walk from
that
too. That would bring a number of visitors.
Here's Butterworth bowling to Amin, who's forward, pushes on to the offside again, can't score. Amin looks very accomplished at the crease. I can tell you that game down at the Wanderers ground has come to an end, with Australia winning by 163 runs, beating the Invitational 11. Here is Butterworth bowling, and Amin, is he stumped? Yes, he is. Dragged out of the crease by a well-flighted delivery from Butterworth, and a quick stumping there by Goldthorpe, and the West Indies Masters losing their 7th wicket now. Zamin Amin being stumped off the bowling of Butterworth for 1. It's now 106 for 7.
A sharp piece of stumping there, but as you quite rightly had stated not very long ago, his shoes are the wrong shoes to be wearing for any kind of sprinkle on the pitch. So what has happened as he advanced down to miss the ball and couldn't get anywhere near back into his crease, so he was out stumped. I think the writing now is on the wall.
I thought it was on the wall a long time ago. I think it was on the wall for the time they lost Dighton and Harris pretty early, and then Bruce got that injury, and once he could not partner or be out there to really kind of anchor the innings, well, they always figured that it was always going to be a bit of pressure.
But I think you and I were on when England, when they were batting, and I told you that I didn't like the way the bowling order, how they were bowling, because we were giving away runs, and now we are going to pay for it, because at the end of 15 overs, England were in the 30 runs, or 32, 34 runs. And then we took off the bowlers that were causing the problems, and we tried to get the overs through. And that is a recipe for disaster. When you are captain a team, you don't try to get the overs through and hope for the best.
Well, let's put it this way. I will agree with you with that. I would be only exceptions when you're playing at the international level and you're going to get fined heavily, because I know that is what sometimes happen. Having been in the West Indies dressing rooms, having worked with them in the last decade or so, as Ronnie Husbands is the new batsman. He's playing defensively forward into the onside and no run. It's going to be interesting to see. As you said, he's been complaining of a bit of a stiff bat, so let's see how he gets through. He doesn't seem to be too bad. He's in it, as he is into his stance and waits for Butterworth, who's with him now, and he's forward playing defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Well, that's not going to help them. They really don't need that kind of batting. They really need some kind of batting, someone to come and play an explosive innings. And at the international level, you know, the umpires are always on you about the overrate, and you get fined very heavily, and you know captains can be banned and all that sort of thing. Delivery outside the off stump beats the batsman, no run. The end of the over, a wicket maiden there for John Butterworth. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. His bowling figures after 32 overs. The West Indies Masters of academic significance, I would say, and chasing 199. They're 106 for 7.
You know, we were to complain for the rain invading, but the rain has skirted this ground, so they're not even going to be hampered by the rain, England. And with Husbands visibly looking as if his back is causing him problems, and then Roy, the captain, who has no pretense of being an attacking batter, it is clear that England now not only are they in the driving seat, but they are just waiting to go through the remainder of these overs.
Well, Roy did play a kind of attacking innings early in the tournament, but since then hasn't really been able to match that kind of intensity that he showed earlier on. And so the pressure mounts here for the West Indies Masters. 13 overs remain. They need 93 at a rate of 7.15. So as you start getting up to 6 and 7, and at this stage, you notice it's really it's going to be a tall order for them. This is Deacon, who's come back, bowling from the Arthur Bethel end. First delivery goes past the outside edge of the bat and into the gloves of the keeper, and there's no run. So yeah, I was telling you that at top level, a lot of people may not appreciate that fact, as Singh drives too long off, and there is a single. They're going to come back for the second run now. Husbands, as the throw comes in to the bowler's end, and that'll be 2 runs to Singh, who now moves up to double figures. He's on 10, 108 for 7. Sometimes when you see the captain brings on a slow bowler, and sometimes, especially when it's himself, and bowling innocuous deliveries, sometimes it's not necessarily a tactic. It really is just to try to get. He
has no intention of paying a fine.
Correct.
Or being
Correct. So he has to get. Yeah, because they have to get through the overrate, and the umpire is always the match referee. Well, not the match referee. The reserve umpire always signals, radios down to his colleagues and say, well, they're behind. They're 1 behind, 2 behind, and the umpires on the field always keep the captains informed. As this next delivery from Deacon, Singh drives out into the extra cover region and can't score a ball straight to the fielder. Here's Deacon, the left arm spinner, bowling from the northern end, and Singh goes over the top of extra cover. Will get 1. They're going to come back for the second run now, as the throw comes in from the fielder on the cover boundary. That looks like Pierre. That'll be 2 runs to Singh, who's now up to 12, and a total up to 110 for 7 in over number 33. Deacon just trying to get the ball dry as he's in again now. Balls to Singh outside the off stump, a wide signal, and you would appreciate that. considering that ball is a bit wet, maybe not able to grip it as well as you would like, and maybe just slipping out of the hand and going a bit wide. 111 for 7 it is in over number 33. Here's Deakin bowling to Singh, who's forward and gets the ball off the outside edge away to third man. That will be a single as the fielder sends in a sidearm return, not an underarm, and a bit wayward, but just a run there for Singh, who's now up to 13 and a total 112 for 7. So yeah, I didn't even recognize that Hardy, and I had the opportunity to be in the dressing room when Darren Samuel was captain, and the umpires would come in and say, "Skipper, you got to help me if you want me to help you," and that sort of thing, you know. If you do certain things, the umpires will say, "Okay, I'll give you a little ease here, a little ease there." This is a delivery that comes off the. I thought it was coming off the pad, but it's down the leg side. With another wide, 113 for 7. And the umpires will, offer you, tell you, if you get close, I might be able to say, well, the ball went out in the crowd, and they might put on a little minute there, and get a little ease. But you got to work with these umpires. This delivery is steered away towards third man. They're going to come back for the second run, and a good second run that was too from Rodney's husbands, and that will take him off the mark. He's on 2, and it's up to 115 for 7 after 33 overs. And you heard the manager of the West Indies team say, "You just need to score 10 runs over, guys, and we'll do it."
Yes, I'm happy for that, for your enlightening us on that issue. And you are quite right, I cannot fault you for the slow over rate. The only problem, it does not compare to this one, because they were batting first and they were steering a very slow over rate. But in this game now, we are back here with Husbands. The way how Husbands is running now, if he had come, Husbands should have come at number 3 or number 4. And even if his back hurting, he would have run out the stiffness and he would have bat. Husbands not batting is what has caused us to be in this position. So, but it has happened already.
Yep. So, our scorer Amelia has just told me that the rest of the world has beaten the USA in the game just down the road at the BNOC, the National Oil Company ground.
So they have played without a victory.
There you go. Butterworth, it will be to continue. He's bowling over the wicket now to Singh, who was looked as though he was going through the offside, but in the end the ball ended up going through mid-wicket, and he comes back for 2. That takes him along to 15, and a total up to 117 for 7. The last time I saw him play here, Roy Singh, he batted pretty well, got a 40-odd, and hit the ball away nicely, and seemed to be a kind of a free-scoring player. But a slightly different scenario here today, as he waits now for Butterworth, who's in to him now, and he's cutting it in the air to backward point, and he's out caught. Straight to the fielder. I'm going to blame my scorer, Amelia Crick, for that. She said, try hit the ball straight. Roy went for the big cut. The top edge flew in here, straight to Staple, and he's gone. Caught by Staple off the bowling of Butterworth, who picks up his second wicket, and the West Indies Masters continue to slide here. They're now 117 for 8 in over number 34.
Well, the fat lady has mounted the roster. This game is all but done and dusty. The English held their nerve when they were batting. They scored pretty quickly after 30 overs. They scored rather quickly, and now the West Indies cannot emulate what they did, and the West Indies will lose this game.
Yes, I think that's quite apparent now. And as I said, it will set up the Grey Ashes down at the Oval on Friday morning, bright and early, between the Australians and the English. The Australians have played and beaten through this preliminary phase. And in the final, they will meet their arch rivals in cricket and in most other things, the English. Don't care novel. What a day that will perhaps be, as those two players, as those two teams will be looking to. Those two teams will find themselves playing a very good final there at Kensington Oval. Just told that I think the last man for the West Indies will not bat because he's injured, but Tony Boyk has gone out. As we watch now, Butterworth coming onto the front foot, playing defensively. Into the offside is Boyk, and there's no run.
Well, what this would do is to take the West Indies out of the misery, because it is clear it will bring the game quicker to an end quicker.
As Butterworth is in again and bowls to Boyk, who's onto the back foot and forces the ball through the offside, through the hands of the fielder in at that extra cover position. I think that's Deakin, and that'll be a single there for Boyk. So he's gotten off the mark, and the total now up to 118 for 8 in the 34th over. Just one more ball remains in over number 34, being bowled by John Butterworth, as he's in now to bowl to Husbands, who goes for a big drive over the top of extra cover. That will go away towards the fielder on the cover boundary. Single there for Husbands, and then he clutches his back, beginning to feel that pain in the back again. He's now 3, and at the end of the over, it's 119 for 8.
I am still saying it's a bit of an anticlimax, the way how this game is coming to an end, because I would have expected batting on the better part of the pitch. Remember, England would have batted this morning on a fresh pitch, damp conditions because of the rain, a delayed start by 45 minutes. England would have had the difficult time to bat. This afternoon, outside, sunny, the sun had baked the pitch. West Indies had the better part of the conditions, and they did not capitalize on it.
Well, I think you pretty much called it, Hartley. A very good call about the conditions. And this pitch has certainly played well throughout the tournament. Had good scores here at this ground. The Australians got a big score here, so too the West Indies. And you would have expected that they would have come here today. I think once the English kind of just blew them away, that pair of Douglas and Gordon Lennox, I think that just kind of just left them at 6s and 7s. A loud appeal for a leg before decision, but I think Harrison might have best been just a bit outside the off stump as he pushed forward. Score remains at 119 for 8. We're into over number 35. Here's Deakin, left arm spinner, wheeling away from the northern end, and Husbands pulls out and allows the ball to go through to the taken by the keeper. I think what happened, the bail fell off.
The ball actually hit the stump. Husbands pulled away, and the ball struck the stump, and the ball just signaled dead ball. Something would have happened.
Maybe he just felt a twinge in the back and decided to pull out. Husbands, he waits now as Deakin bowls to him now. He goes for a lovely drive through the offside, out towards a deepish extra cover fielder. Sends an underarm return in. There's just a one run there for Husbands, who's now up to 4, and a total up to 120 for 8 in the 35th over. Bringing Tony Boyk into strike. I think this is the first time he'll be batting in the tournament, Tony Boyk. As Deakin bowls to him now, he's coming forward and playing defensively into the offside, no run. Bat and pad very close together, and in the approved fashion.
Yes. he does look better than the number he's gone out to bat at.
Here is This delivery from Deacon. Boy drives it into the offside. Not fielded cleanly by the fielder in that extra cover, but didn't go too far away. But just the one run there for Boy. He's now on 2. Husband's on 4. It's 121 for 8 in the 35th over. Just reminding you that the West Indies Masters lost George Harris for 4, Dayton Chapman without scoring, Wilbur Bruce for 36, Jefferson Gibbons 4, Richard Suchan 34. His husband is back and plays a lovely cut shot through backward point. They'll get 1. They'll come back for the second run now. And husbands will go up to 6 and take the total with that up to 123 for 8 in the 35th over. So Gibbons made 4, Suchan 34, Singh 15, Jordan no score, Amin 1, and at the moment it's husbands and Boyd. They'll be the last pair for the West Indies Masters because the last man, who will be Mataro, is not able to bat. As we watch now, Deacon bowling around the wicket to husbands, who's coming forward. Struck on the pad as he attempted to just maybe push it into the offside or play it into mid-wicket to try to get a single and maintain the strike, but Deacon equal to it, and he missed. And the end of the over, 123 for 8, 35 overs gone, 10 overs remain, 76 needed from 10 overs, 7.6 tickets over a low time ago, Hartley.
I do not want to belabor this issue with husbands, but you see how he's batting now. The idea, when you have a stiff back, you only have to go and start running up and down, and it loosens it because it's a form of exercise. And the way how husbands is moving now, he looks far different than when he first went out. Now, juxtapose that to when he had gone earlier at number 3. I am sure it would have been different, because remember when the batter came off, when Bruce came off, he should have gone in instead of Gibbons. This is where we lost the whole plot.
Butterworth bowls to Boyd, who's beaten as he plays forward, and the ball just past the outside edge and into the gloves of the keeper. Aircraft takes off from Grant Adams. It's been a busy time at Grant Adams over the last few days. This is the winter tourist season, as we call it, and our Prime Minister, our beloved Prime Minister, we're very happy with the tourism arrivals, Harley. That delivery steered away down towards a short third man. Staple moved to his left, cuts it off. Just a single there for Boyd. He's now up to 3 and a total up to 124 for 8.
A bit of sloppiness in the field now. England now recognize that they are home. They're seeing all the light at the end of the tunnel. They are now getting a bit of slack in the field.
It will be Butterworth to continue. He'll be bowling to Husbands, who's got 6, and he's down the pitch. When he gets there, he lost it in the air towards the long on boundary. Will get 1. They're going to come back for the second run now. Boyd was very positive about coming for that second run. Husbands was a little bit lethargic. Perhaps again the back just maybe just causing a bit of a concern for him. But 2 runs to Husbands. He's now up to 8, and it's up to 126 for 8 in the 36th over.
This chat boy, I've had a couple of conversations. He takes this game very, very serious.
Here he is, Husbands waits now, and Butterworth bowls delivery down the leg side, attempting to give it some air, but the strain in line and being penalised. 127 for 8 now. You can see Husbands stretching out his back, maybe now beginning to really take a toll as Butterworth bowls to him now, and this delivery short. He goes back and lets the bang it through the offside, makes no contact, taken by the keeper. 127 for 8 in over number 36. So the equation continues to get more difficult for the West Indies Masters, and as I said, it's really of academic interest now as Butterworth bowls and Husbands is down the pitch, and when he gets there just defends. Ball comes off the pad, and he had to quickly get back because he just sauntered down and very absent-mindedly didn't try to regain his ground, and in the end he had to quickly retreat, and was fortunate the keeper wasn't a little bit more accurate of his backhanded return towards the stumps. Husbands there on 8, Boyd 3, 127 for 8 in over number 36. As a mixed day comes to close, sun dropping towards the horizon on the western side. Shadows beginning to lengthen as some repairs are done to the stumps at the striker's end. Husbands settles over his bat now and waits for Butterworth, who's bowling from the Vaspert Drake's end now. And this one, he tucks it away through mid-wicket. They'll get one. Fielder comes off the boundary and does the fielding, just a single. And that takes the total to 128 for 8.
Yeah, and that's the end of over number. How many overs have gone now? 30. 36. That's the end of the over number 36. And the score, West Indies 128 for 8. As it stands now, we will actually call this the last rites, Woody.
Definitely. As Dearden has now come off the field, taking a break, and it will be Douglas who will go to take his place. After that fine innings, he's not really given the opportunity maybe to rest his legs. And as you said, we're going through the final rights here. Boyk in strike at the moment. Sorry, it will be Husbands who will be in strike. He's on 9. Boyk is there on 3, and it's 128 for 8 after 36 overs. The security alarm goes off in the rum factory next door. I hope none of our visitors are trying to pilfer any rum, Hartley, or else we'll have to send you over. Here is a Deacon in the bowling, and the Husbands drives through cover, chase on for Butterworth, a single there, and that'll be one more run for Husbands. He's on 10, 129 for 8 in over number 37. Deacon will continue. He is bowling now to Boyk, who is looking for the drive, the ball maybe off the outer portion of the bat, maybe an inside edge, goes down towards third man, single there for him. He's now up to 4, and it's now 130 for 8 in the 37th over. Bringing Husbands back into strike. Sun and the clouds having a battle. In the Caribbean, we'll say the devil and his wife having a fighting for the cuckoo stick. That's what we say here in Barbados. The devil and his wife fighting for the cuckoo stick. And cuckoo is a local delicacy. As a Deacon bowls and Husbands drives, winding up, giving it a big hit out towards deepish cover. Will get 2 runs as the return comes in. Husbands now up to 12, and the total along to 132 for 8 in the 37th over. Cuckoo made out of cornmeal flour and ochres, and you could top it with either some good old salted codfish or maybe some good old red herring. As Deacons bowls to Husbands, who is steering the ball away towards the fielder coming wrong from that position at short third man. Can't score. 132 for 8 it remains. A very popular delicacy. You could also put some cucumber slices on it. So you come to Barbados, try out the local delicacy of cuckoo and flying fish. That's the national dish. As this one forces Husbands onto the back foot, he plays it out into the offside. No run. A lot of tourists gravitate towards oysters. They may not necessarily get cuckoo and flying fish at that time of the night when many of them tend to go. They'll probably have to go during the day. And who knows, they may catch a glimpse of your good friend Joel the Big Bird Garner. You know, he frequents that area.
Does he?
You know, he frequents it, buys a lot of lunch from down in that oysters area. This delivery brings the batsman forward. He's defending. Back up along the pitch. No run. The end of the over. It's 132 for 8 after 37 overs, with Husbands there on 12 and Boyd there on 3.
Well, I am happy that you have advertised the national dish of Barbados, cuckoo and flying fish. And although we have been having some challenges with the flying fish that has gone down to Tobago, our neighboring country Tobago, we still hold fast to that tradition, because cuckoo in Barbados is a meal that when you have a good bowl of cuckoo and flying fish, you swear blind that you are in heaven.
Even though some people like myself prefer breadfruit cuckoo, which you always say is not real cuckoo.
I'm a breadfruit cuckoo man myself.
There you go.
Right. It's meal cuckoo.
That's right. Here's Boyd going on to the back foot and slapping this one through cover for a single. And we'll go up to 5 and take the total up to 133 for 8 in the 38th over. And of course, but if you could eat of any kind of fish, any kind of fish, you know, it really goes down well. As Butterworth bowls now to Husbands, who swings into the leg side through a square leg, runs here for him. He'll get just a single. Takes him up now to 13, and a total up to 134 for 8 in the 38th over. Brathwaite the field out in the deep. And of course, you said that yes, cuckoo and flying fish is the national dish, but you know, and something that will rival it is a good old piece of pudding and sauce. A good plate of pudding and sauce. This delivery brings the batsman forward, and there's no run. Pudding made out of
it is actually
sweet potato
stuffed into the intestine of the pig.
Yes.
That's if you need, that's tradition.
That's tradition.
Or you can have the steamed pudding that's without the intestine.
That's right.
And a copious amount of pork.
There's
pickled pork.
Boyd lofting his delivery out towards long off for a single, fielded by Pierre, and he now goes up to 6 and a total up to 135 for 8. So things just meandering at the moment now for between these two sides, as it meanders towards a close. Boyd and Husbands taking the opportunity to fill their trough, as Husbands comes onto the front foot and steers it away towards backward point, no run. Yes, you said copious amounts of pork, cut up into bits.
Cucumber and some lime in it to give it a flavor.
That's right.
That's Saturday's
pickled sauce, as we say. Steered away towards backward point, no run. The end of the over. At the end of it, it's 135 for 8, with 38 overs gone. Yeah, so that's another delicacy which you could probably get, but. You know, you go into oysters and the vendors there in the huts will sell you a lovely piece of fish, a very large slab of fish at a reasonable price. We have
French fries or chips, as you call them,
yep.
Or not. You will get a meal with a meal.
That's right. Grilled potatoes, you can get your macaroni salads, or you can get any kind of salad if you want.
Yeah. Coleslaw.
Yep. So all that down in Oystins.
I'm a coleslaw man myself. I love coleslaw.
Oh no, I don't like it. The mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise has never offended me.
Yeah. So. So there you have it. So 135 for 8, 38 overs gone. So 7 overs remain.
And how many rounds in 7? 35, 40,
64 in the 7 overs. The required rate 9.14.
Yeah, good.
Way beyond them now, I would have to think.
I don't know.
This is the last pair. It will take
But a genuine batsman there.
Yeah.
In Hasburn.
Here is DK now bowling to Boyk, who's looking to force the ball away through the offside. Not able to get the timing right on the shot and goes bouncing out to the field in a cover, and it remains at 135 for 8. Another local delicacy, Hartley, barbecue pigtails. This delivery brings the batsman forward. Looking for this in it. This could be a run out here. Boyk, the throw comes in at the non-striker's end, and Boyk makes his ground because it was really a wayward throw from the keeper. The umpires will consult because I think what happened is that the wicket keeper's appeal that he was obscured or obstructed by the batsman as he attempted to run, and so the two umpires are consulting, and we'll see whether this will be it and whether Boyk will be dismissed obstructing the field. Yes, he has been.
He has been giving out obstructing the field. That is an anticlimax.
Yep, and that's it. So the West Indies Masters, that's the last wicket going down for the West Indies Masters. They've only lost 9, but as with Motara, he will not bat because of injury, and so that is 135 all out for the West Indies Masters. They lose here by 60. Zamin Amin for 1 and Tony Boyk obstructing the field for 6. Rodney Husbands coming not out on 13. There were 22 extras in that total of 135 all out from 38 overs and 2 balls. The bowling figures for the English: Staples 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 20. Deacon 6 overs and 2 balls, no maidens, 1 for 38. Durden 9 overs, no maidens, none for 16. Phillips 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 34. And Butterworth 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 26. Those are the bowling figures, and that's the way it will end the West Indies Masters, losing by 63 after they were set 199 by the British. So a good victory for the British. They will progress to the final, where they will face their arch rivals, the Australians. That should be a cracker at Kensington Oval on Friday morning. So there will be a presentation ceremony afterwards, so you can look forward to that, and just stay tuned, and we will see how it all unfolds. So victory for England Masters here by 63 runs. Stay tuned for the presentation ceremony.
Ready? Ready? A little more up. Come around.
Yeah, come in closer, guys. Come in. Trying to get us on camera.
Roy. Son?
On? All right.
Clock. Occupy the. That and fortunately cost us
Give them a hand. Give them a hand.
We also like to do a presentation to the skipper. Richard, come on up. We have a little presentation from one of our sponsor, KC Candy, out of Trinidad. They are also in Great Britain. This is a steel pan, if anyone knows what this, but it's a sweet pan. It's full of candy. So to you, Richard.
Thank you very much indeed, Roy. Thank you very much. Excellent. Roy, thank West Indies very, very much indeed. It's been an auspicious occasion today. That actually marks the first international at 60s between our two countries, and I think that should not go unrecognised. And so, in response, I'm very happy to present to you guys, Roy, a signed by the team. I think Roy's description of the way the game went was absolutely true. You made it hard work at the beginning there, boys, for us, really, really hard. But I'm delighted with the way my boys, particularly Edward, Monty, fabulous. But then we bowled well, we fielded well, and we. So, guys, thank you for all your endeavours. To reach the final is something that really is very, very special. Let's go on and take the old enemy on and beat them. But before we do that, we said at the beginning it was tough. And this man bowled his 6 overs, only went for 13 runs, didn't take a wicket. But when it came to batting as well, he showed his class with 34 runs. So to Richard Sechuan, many man of the match. Well done, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Many congratulations. For the photographer. The question is his name.
Thank you.
Well done. Many congratulations.
Before we close the ceremony, I would like to thank him also for performing. Could have been a little bit more competitive, guys, but let's regroup. Come back tomorrow. You got to face the rest of the world tomorrow right here. So let's wrap it up and let's ensure we bring third speed. That's the best we could do at this point in time. So, guys, thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks very much.
Okay. Thank you very much.